definitely magical.
It's magic because as soon as I push it, then we're on the internet.
What school of magic is it?
Technomancy.
That would be divination, wouldn't it?
McDohl, is your Steam wish list still accurate?
Should be.
Okay. So any of these games, if I were to get them to you as a birthday gift, would be appreciated, and you have been on Steam in less than 300-something days, it says on here, because I see you played Final Fantasy XIV yesterday.
Yes.
It does claim it's a free trial, though. Did you know that now includes the Stormwind expansion?
Stormblood, not Stormwind. That's World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
I get a lot of...
Wow, Destil, you're bad chill.
I get a lot of games gifted to me on Steam, which is always appreciated. I always love receiving games on Steam. But recently, the best thing I've received has been the Back to the Future DLC and Power Wash Simulator.
Yeah.
Those are some very relaxing games.
Uh-huh.
I had a lot of fun with it. Thank you very much, Treble. That's exactly what I needed in my life at that moment.
Well, you were talking about buying them, so, and I was like,
I would have, for sure.
It's like, it was one of those things where I was like, there's nothing I want on this Steam sale. I have so many games, but I have this money set aside. I'm going to buy everybody I know games. And I did.
Fantastic.
Everything needs to be louder across the board.
Everything needs to be louder across the board. Okay, I don't know that I can turn myself up anymore. Does that even... I don't know if that's doing anything. Let me see if that does anything. I don't know. Hard to see.
You don't have this knob that, like, you turn to 11? I see that so often in media.
I do have a knob, but I think it's already turned up as high as it's going to go.
What?
Let me take a look in here.
So, Chris, to answer your Final Fantasy XIV questions, Unga Bunga, press fell cleave. That's basically warrior.
Still. Yeah, I'm so used to playing paladin and warriors. Like, I take damage and I have to heal. What is this?
Warrior's whole shtick is to be a mountain of hit points and just ignore damage by healing it immediately.
Yeah. I mean, it's not bad. It's definitely better than when 2.0 came out.
Oh,
they did a thing where your 1, 2, 3s are just 1, 1, 1 now in some classes, right?
It's like 2 classes.
No.
It's
no.
like Viper's like...
No.
Yeah, my microphone is turned up as high as it can possibly go. And if I sit any closer to it, it's going to be in my mouth.
The stuff, like, when I say across the board, I mean like everybody.
Right,
like,
but I can't turn, like, I could turn you guys way up, but this is as high as I can possibly go on these settings.
Did you change anything?
Is there something you can do in Windows Audio? Because Windows Audio is hell.
I'm cranked all the way up 100% in Windows Audio. And the little knob is as far as it goes in terms of
the reason
gain.
it sounds like you maybe didn't change anything, but everybody got louder.
Could you create an input-output channel where the input is your current audio and the output is 150% of your current audio?
Don't know.
Don't do that.
Possibly.
The reason I was asking if you did anything, Brick Road, because everybody got louder and sounds fine now.
So everybody got louder, but I didn't.
No, you got louder too.
How?
Everybody got louder?
How did I didn't do anything to me.
Windows Audio is hell. We've been over this.
And when I look at my spikes, you guys are spiking way higher than I am in OBS.
Well, actually, hold on. Maybe somebody else should listen because apparently I'm bad at judging this. He sounds fine to me, but
you were the one who said he didn't sound fine.
I mean, like, no, I mean, like, they said everybody sounds fine to me now, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I can give it a listen. Give me a second. Oops, it doesn't show you as online. Well, this would be the part where you, like, talk.
I was typing
No.
our link into the Blue Sky social media network that nobody uses.
Man,
You gotta go on Threads, I guess.
I
Don't you want to be one with Facebook?
You're
Dude.
making this so hard on me. I can't hear anything.
I don't want to be on any social media ever. I blame
I mean,
social
that's-
media for every bad thing,
I mean, it's a valid blame.
but I
Yeah,
have
that's
to
fair.
use it to put my link to my stuff out into the world.
Especially now with the thing that we're not talking about.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to engage with something called Book Talk if I actually find a publisher for my book, which I received some interesting feedback. A friend of mine is reading it, and she said she was delighted to see how smutty it was.
That's good.
Well, it's smut.
Good fiction should be smutty.
I guess it's good.
I mean, if not smut, then what?
Excellent. 10 out of 10. No notes, Chris.
I told him he needs to try and break into that Amish market.
Okay.
The Amish market.
I have
I
everything
just-
turned up all the way, and it's a little on the quiet side for me, but I am a little bit deaf, so I think it's probably okay.
Okay, we're gonna
So
roll
this
with
morning, I realized I hadn't watched Weird, the
Oh,
the Al Yankovic story. I hadn't watched
The
it
true
until this
story?
morning. The true, absolutely 100%. Yeah. Madonna's a violence.
it. That's a great movie.
Yeah.
Yep.
So good. I got it on Blu-ray, but I haven't opened it. I'm gonna make like a shadow box that has all of the albums, all the CDs in it, and then
Hmm.
the Blu-ray.
Nice.
That's a construction project for later this year, maybe.
Get
was-
you some construction paper and some safety scissors.
That was my Christmas gift last year. My parents bought me all of the Weird Al CDs. So I
Nice.
have them all lined up. Beautiful. Two best musicians on earth are Weird Al Yankovic and Nobuo Uematsu. And you all can fight me if you disagree.
Oh, I would have put.
Why'd I
like-
fight you for being correct?
Right?
I don't know. Maybe you just want to fight.
I
You
don't wanna
could
fight.
just want to fight.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Well, I don't.
But where's Rick Ashley on this list?
I mean, we're actually solid.
Who's number 3?
Uh,
The guy from Deep Purple who sings Eternity from Blue Dragon.
Chocolate Rain guy? No.
Freddie Mercury. Come on, you guys.
I mean,
Well, Freddie Mercury's
that's a good
not,
answer.
not a working musician anymore.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he would be if he didn't like pass away.
And if we're going to like dead guys, I'm gonna go with like John Lennon or David Bowie or someone.
Bowie's
Or,
definitely
you
not
know,
on there.
like
Those are all excellent choices.
Mozart.
God,
Is
like
Sting still alive?
2 days ago, who was it? Richard Simmons, Dr. Ruth, and who passed away all in the same day?
Shannon Doherty
yesterday.
died yesterday.
Uh,
And there was the Alf kid, and there was there's been 5 dead people. There were almost 6, but there's been
There were
5.
way more than 5 dead people yesterday. Let's be clear.
Well, five.
No, you can't say 5 important dead people either, because the Alf kid is not important. Sorry. I'm sure he was a nice guy. I'm sure he was great, but we're calling him the Alf kid.
Yeah.
that is true. We are.
Fuck. Who else was it?
You don't
I
even
have
remember.
my
It's-
character sheet.
That's how little importance celebrity news actually has on our life, proportional to how much we have to hear about it all the time. Is you don't even remember the news you read yesterday.
I'm still sad, but we died.
Do you have any residual memory whatsoever of the D&D game we played last week?
No, I feel like there were towers and people being thrown off, and
Enough to perhaps give us a 100-word summary of the things that happened?
Is it defenestration if you don't get thrown out of a window? If you get like thrown off the side, is there a specific term for being thrown off of a railing as opposed to out of a window?
I don't know.
Because whatever that term is, you did it. You got to do it 3 times.
Was last week the play, or was that the week before?
Yes, I was a monster.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
there was religious piousness and actors in the street and shenanigans with vegetables. And then we went into a tower, and Nazirr and Sahn promptly got thrown off the edge.
Nerium also got thrown off the
Nerium
edge.
too. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Benedict and Ssah'ra have not been thrown off yet.
And I think my wall of fire may have caused the top of this lighthouse to explode.
Yeah, that's probably very likely.
That's right. We
I
landed
don't know
on
how
a giant.
likely that is, honestly, because the orb thing that we were looking, like, there was an orb thing in the fire when Nazirr was thrown into it, and I mean, it's already in a fire. Like, it only has to cook so long.
It was not a fire. It was a pool of magical radiance that burned.
I mean,
more
that gets
brightly
pretty
than a
hot pretty
flame.
quickly.
Well, I guess the wall of fire destroyed the barrier on that one.
I mean, whatever got thrown in there might have been put in there to destroy the fire. I mean, you know, we don't know. And we'll never know now because it blew up.
We'll never know now.
It exploded.
I will
I mean-
never reveal the mystery.
It's that one scene in Galaxy Quest where they beam up the pig monster. It explodes, and then the guy's just like, and it exploded.
McDohl,
Yes.
give me your blips from last week.
I
I like your little blip song. That was enjoyable for me.
We have a
Good,
blip
I'm
song.
glad.
Yeah, McDohl just sang it.
I apparently just saying it.
He knew all the words.
Nazir's alignment, which is neutral evil. Everything is expendable if Benedict is in danger. And my notes here says abandoned Benedict got blown up.
That definitely happened.
That was a thing.
And now
I
you're
have
making
my
death saves.
I have my ideal. I'm a monster that destroys for other monsters for getting roped into being a monster, literally in a play. Oh, I wrote it down here, and it says getting roped into playing an orc minstrel show. That's saucy, McDohl. Last week commentary over here, and then I have Queen Aya's bond, which I have to go over here to find real quick. Or her flaw. If you aren't everything, you're nothing. And that's Nazir's line in the street play: the black arrow will pierce any wall.
Okay. Sahn, you got some blips for me?
Yep. So I've got my ideal exceed all expectations because I was a monster.
You were very monstrous
got
indeed.
My flaw, there is only now for having full-on analysis paralysis after being charmed by the mannequins. And that's it for me.
What does Benny have for me?
At my alignment chaotic neutral doesn't see what we're doing for telling his gayest informant to get to work. Deep magics be damned.
Did you say gayest informant?
Gayest, as in Geas.
Yes.
Oh, gayest. I don't know how to pronounce words. I'm sorry.
Nobody
Gash?
knows how to pronounce that word ever anywhere.
But it is now gayest.
I didn't
Uh,
I didn't establish the guy as being gay at all, but like I guess we don't know.
The gay ass. Gay-assed.
Yeah.
What else you got for me?
Ideal, do it for him, do it for the rest of your crew too, for tossing Nazirr and Sahn 20 copper at the play.
Okay.
And then flaw, no time to waste for shoving the Ratman into a barrel and then charging up the tower.
Which didn't go badly for you at all. You're still in the tower.
Ssah'ra and I are having a great time.
Yeah, you guys are.
Everybody else is almost dead. Like,
Nerium, what do you have for me?
I have my alignment, neutral evil, everything's for my own amusement. If I have to go to this play, it's going to be a goddamn production.
You didn't have to go to
idea-
the play. Like they invited you. You could have said no.
Could I?
Yeah. I wasn't gonna force you to go to that play.
I feel like they twisted my arm.
Ah,
Anyway,
okay.
ideals, rule 17, confidence is key. My knee-jerk reaction is to be a catty bitch. And And my flaw, rule 9, there's no situation you cannot get out of without a bigger lie. I'm taking partial credit for like other people's stuff because I feel like I'm a bad influence. But we continue to dig a bigger and bigger hole in this whole house of lies, like in the basement of this house of lies that like Ssah'ra is hastily constructing above us, while I dig deeper and deeper and dig the hole underneath it deeper and deeper and deeper.
You're just
this will-
you're building
this
the
will-
foundation.
This will never go wrong, not once, not ever. Also, I do need to point out that me using Charm Person last time got me to 60 points on the choker.
It did. I have you at 60. We'll deal with
And
that
we
at the
can-
end of this session.
That
Oh,
is
boy,
perfectly
squeeze.
acceptable.
What's
So we've
Ssah'ra have
got
for me?
a succubus summon coming up pretty soon, huh?
What does Ssah'ra have for me?
Oh, let's see. Alignment, neutral evil by any means necessary. Feigning religious piousness to try and gain the bishop's favor,
Okay.
especially dedicating her tourney progress to the prayers.
Okay.
Ideal, the anti-empire must rise from the ashes. That would be rushing up the stairs to try and save Sahn and Nazirr. Apparently she didn't make it in time, but, good effort.
An E for effort.
And then flaws, I'm going to take the chains. Everyone is guilty of something. That would be for handing tomatoes and fruit out to throw at the actors in retribution for their prank.
Who had the most creative solution to a problem last session?
I have here written that Nerium pioneers the street performance and creates a flash mob.
Oh, good with that.
Yeah.
Flesh mob.
Who did the most to further the party's goals?
Nazirr made stealth easy with pass without trace.
And who was the badass?
Benny was at the right place in the right time to make everyone immune to charm, which would have been real bad.
And who was intangible?
Sahn had many intangible spikes on his armor.
I was just gonna say,
Literally intangible.
Also, he fell off of a.
All right.
He's in the water. He's in a drink.
He fell off a building, yeah. Like,
Nazirr,
as you do.
you earned,
Sir.
You had 0, you earned 4. Sahn had 0,
take-
earned 3.
Yep.
I'll keep them in the chamber because I have a feeling I might need them soon.
Nerium, you had 0 and earned 4.
Cool.
Benny, you had 6 and earned 4, so you're rolling over at least 4. Ssah'ra, you had 6 and earned 3, so you're rolling over at least 3.
Okay, I need
Okay.
a calculator because
How much are blips worth now? 700?
We are level 10, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And each blip is worth 700. This is the big level. Next time you level up, they go down again for a
Yep.
few levels. Because I don't know why they did it that way, but they did.
So I have 10 total available.
Yeah.
6. I will cash in 7 and level up.
So you want to come in with 3?
Yeah.
All right. Now we all will sit in complete judgmental silence while Raz levels Benny up.
I'm sorry, I'm too on the spectrum to sit quietly for Razanir to do that.
Okay, done.
Thank you.
Paladin level 10 is real easy. I hit a button.
The degree to which he
get
bugged
a
me about
spell?
wanting this level
No.
up.
You get
Oh, I get to pick a spell, but I'll do it later.
it's you prep spells, so we'd have to wait till the long rest to do it.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Sahn is glubbing into the ocean, being thrown off the lighthouse.
All right, so my
And-
notes say I have 9 rounds of holding my breath, 6 rounds of charmed, and 7 rounds of paralyzed.
Yeah, it's not good for Sahn right now. This is the side effect of a DM who has played too much Baldur's Gate 3. Is now that I've seen how ridiculously good shoving is, I'm just gonna do it to you guys in every single encounter for the rest of time.
Every
You
Well, if I'm
won't
not
get any-
paralyzed, I'm okay at avoiding being shoved.
Rick, if you do that, you won't get any loot.
Well, I'm the DM. I don't care about loot.
like every encounter going forward will be on the edge of a cliff. Thank you.
We were very impressed though in one session of Baldur's Gate where we shoved some monster like into a hole in the Underdark. And then like when we went down there, we actually found its body. Like it actually died down there.
Yep.
So that was
Yep,
That's
they
cool.
will,
impressive.
yeah.
I don't even think that would work in Zelda. Like I think if you threw like a moblin into the
Yeah, I think it would despawn. Yeah.
That would
I
certainly not work.
felt
in
so
Zelda, yeah.
good when I blew a spider off of a cliff with E-Blast.
in Baldur's Gate.
In Baldur's Gate 3, yeah. I was just like, yes, like there's 100 hit points that I don't have to burn through.
Now, I know we've been discussing on and off the PHB changes that are coming through that I'm still on the fence about. And I've kind of declared that I'm either going to adopt the new rule set if I like it, or I'm going to stick with the old rule set if I don't. What I'm not going to do is try to run myself ragged, Frankensteining the rules together, like picking the best.
Piecemealing it.
That would be... But
That's just awful.
There's a rule that I really like in the new monk. Apparently, I don't know if it's a new monk feature or if it's like one of the subclasses or something. But basically, for non-damaging to hit rolls, so things like grappling, shoving, pushing through a space, monks are able to sub in dex instead of strength. So you can grapple somebody with your dex athletics instead of your strength athletics. I think that's very cool for monk. I wouldn't have thought of that as an idea, but like it would give you a lot more leeway to make a grappling kind of character without having to also be very strong. I think that would be very interesting. And like, man, I really don't want to go through this book and just house rule like the 40 things out of it that I like for classes people might not play.
To confirm, Brickroad, I just looked it up. It is literally a first level class feature.
So it's just monks
under martial arts.
Okay.
Yep.
So
When does that actually come out?
I think September. I think we're getting that. Is that correct? It's somewhere around there. It's coming up. People are making
simple
fun
melee
of,
weapons.
People are making fun of the pricing structure for the books now. Because apparently they're selling digital copies for the books, but like you could spend way more to get like the deluxe digital copies, but people don't know what that is. I don't know.
It's got the word deluxe. That's all.
No. So the deluxe digital, like it's not a deluxe digital copy. What it is they have 3 things you can order. You could order the physical books, the digital books, or a bundle with the 2, and that's the deluxe. And if you order the deluxe, you also get like 2 weeks beforehand that they give you access to the digital books 2 weeks early.
Ooh.
The deluxe is the physical books and then digital codes.
Yeah.
Isn't there also, this is like one of the things also give you access to their virtual tabletop simulator with a star that says like when released?
I didn't see anything about that.
They've had that asterisk in there for fucking 20 years almost.
Okay, look, this is a really sad story that involves a murder-suicide of the guy they hired out of Microsoft to develop it, so...
Yeah.
Wow, mood killer.
Yeah.
I think that's the second time that Destil has used that particular mood killer.
All right, Debbie.
Sorry.
Downer.
So does it,
But-
we're just all agreeing that it's completely okay and not at all a problem for them to be like, you can buy our physical book, or you can buy our digital book, or you can buy a bundle of the 2. It's absolutely...
How much more is the bundle?
We don't want a world where I buy a physical book and then in the back there's like, here's your code for the digital copy of the book that we're not going to charge you for because you just bought the book.
It's
That would make too much
like
sense.
It's like $10 more, I think.
I
to
think
get
that's
both.
fair, honestly. If there's server infrastructure to maintain, I think that's actually kind of fair and better than some other nightmare cases for digital ownership. I'm still generally against digital ownership, but like, that's fine. $10 because what you're getting is effectively a subscription to all their back-end stuff. Like,
Is it really
There's a
digital
lot of-
ownership though, or is it digital rentalship?
that's there's where I'm gonna have a much bigger problem with the licensing restrictions on the digital copy than I am with the cost.
Yeah, why does there need to be infrastructure at all? Just like, yo, here's a QR code in our book, scan it, and it downloads a PDF. And
If that's all it was, I would be upset, but it's also all the digital online stuff. Which the fact that, I'm also like, I would prefer if it was like, hey, you also get the PDF for free, and if you want to use the back end things, here's a $10 coupon or whatever.
What if I buy the digital book and they just send me a free physical copy?
I don't envy Wizards' position because they're literally in a market where they have to sell the same books to people over and over and over. But I still don't have to like it.
Clearly, they need to take a note from Adobe and just charge a subscription price.
Yeah, just your PHB stops working if you don't pay the $60 a month subscription cost. Or I could just use the books that I have forever, and that's fine. Which is what I did for, 20 years? We played 2nd edition way, way, way past its end date. Well, it'll be interesting to see because I've lived through the edition wars before, but now I'm an old tired man, right? Like I'm not gonna go through them again. I'm just gonna be on the sidelines with my popcorn and my soda and being like watching the youngins have their edition wars.
Yeah, I mean, if it's bad, just skip and wait for the next one.
Okay, so I did lie to you a little bit, Destil. It is so pre-ordering the 3 books is $150 because they're $50 a piece.
Yeah.
It's $90 for just the digital.
Okay.
And then if you get the bundle with both, it's $180.
Oh my
The
god.
30, so 10 each.
Yeah.
Any
That's a bit
infrastructure
much, but,
costs
like-
shouldn't be duplicated, right? Like giving me access to all 3 books doesn't cost them any more than giving me access to just 1 book.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I.
I mean, there's the
kind
overhead of actually building everything to support the DMG and the Monster Manual stuff. Again, I don't like it. I think, again, my biggest problem is definitely going to be more of the licensing around it
Mhm.
than the actual cost. I think $30 for once you've already bought a $50 book, which is probably, honestly, I don't know how big these books are, but I bet they're not making a lot of money on a $50 physical copy unless they're really low quality or really small books at this point. Like, especially if that includes shipping.
I think Penny Arcade, they just put in a comic recently where they envisioned a version of D&D where you like taking a long rest was tied to a microtransaction in their app. Like, we can't fight this dragon unless we pay the 99 cents.
This is also like the, okay, you spend like the thing that doesn't bother me about this is how many people are going to have a DM who spends $200 and then use these books for 10 years without buying anything else. I think for the R&D costs to get all of this off the ground, that's actually pretty fair. And then they have a couple of players buy the player's handbook.
The problem we're going to run into is like that market that has existed in that state for 40 years. Like one guy buys the $200 worth of books and then uses them. Like it's not profitable for them.
Yep.
So
that's why I think that the 200 is like actually pretty fair. Like that seems reasonable to me to buy a whole big complicated game system. Like I still think less than Frosthaven.
Possibly.
Yeah, that's
and there's
right.
a lot more than you get with Frosthaven.
One of the most baffling changes they made to D&D Beyond is until when they updated the marketplace at the same time they put these up for pre-order, and they removed the ability to buy things piecemeal. So before you could go out and like instead of just spending $30 on Tasha's, you could spend I just want this subclass, and you spend $3. And apparently a lot of people that use D&D Beyond bought that, so they would have access to the subclasses and things.
They bought that stuff a la carte.
A la carte,
They bought it a la carte, and like they ended up making a lot of money doing that, and they just removed that as an option.
That makes perfect sense because you have the player who I'm just going to buy the Rune Knight because I'm going to play a Rune Knight for 6 months. I'll spend the $2.
Right, as opposed
like
to
everyone should be happy with that.
Yeah, and they're not, because otherwise I just wouldn't play a Rune Knight because I don't want to buy this book.
Yeah,
but I want to buy all the books.
Right.
I have to have
So
the
do
whole
I.
collection.
Also, okay, I misspoke. Apparently, Frosthaven is only 150, so they're slightly more but comparable.
All right. I was planning to have this particular conversation while Raz was leveling up his paladin, but then he just pushed one button. So all my time management went completely out the window. Thank you very much, Raz.
Raz, I hope you picked your spells for later while we're having this conversation.
So
I'm not allowed to do that right now.
You can figure out what you want. You just can't use it yet.
You have to do what Chris says. He's in charge.
Why would I have my candy when I can't eat it?
Let's go back up to the top of my order. Let's get back into this combat here.
Oh yeah,
looks like Nazirr.
Nazirr, you're up.
Oh hey,
Or
look
down.
at that.
Hey, you're not.
We were all just waiting to just wait for me to make those death saving throws. Just
normal pirate things, laying on your back
like
on the floor.
Like I said, for my birthday, Brick Road got me death saving throws.
Happy birthday to you.
He got you the option for a new character. You just have to be brave enough to take it.
Yeah,
that's another failure.
A whole new character.
Is that 2?
It's a 7, homie.
Was that two?
Yeah,
Has that
it's
two
two.
failed saves?
No, I mean like that's two
Yeah.
failed saves. Is what I'm
Ooh.
I
asking.
took one. I took one failed death save from the fall.
Yo, if this goes properly, we could be having Benny's second wedding in this campaign.
I don't think that's a possibility.
I don't think that's happening.
Who's
I think
next?
what's more likely is Benny will just disappear. Next is Nerium,
Nerium, you're not dead.
I'm not dead.
wishing that she was.
25. That puts me here. 30. Dash 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Bonus action. Healing word.
So you're going to healing word at this position. It's only going to target Nazirr and you and this rat guy. Rat
Well,
man.
healing
it's-
word
it's
only
single target.
Oh,
yeah,
single target,
healing
okay.
word is single target. Yeah. So it's just
I was thinking
Uh,
aura of vitality for some reason, I think.
no.
No,
8
that's
hit
my
points.
plan.
And all of the tension from the week's cliffhanger is just deflated in an instant with a level 1 spell.
No, the cliffhanger was the loud screech you guys heard emanating from the beacon flame when it shattered.
Oh, a phoenix egg bursting.
And then I
yeah.
look up. What's going on there?
Looking up, you see a very bright shape take wing in the direction of the city. Up in the sky.
Oh, so it did take off and fly away.
That's not my fault. I dropped concentration on the fire.
On the wall of fire. Okay, is that it for
Yeah,
Nerium?
the wall of fire. Yeah.
Who's
That is
next?
it for Nerium.
Noose is up. I don't even know. Oh, Noose is right here. Noose is going to hide behind Benedict because the tower is probably shaking like crazy.
It's not actually.
It's not.
No.
Oh, I mean, from the explosion?
I mean, it racked for a moment as the glass shattered outward and the beacon flame snuffed.
Well, let me put it this way. I live in an earthquake state, and
Yeah.
earthquakes are short, but shake like crazy.
Okay. Yeah, it probably
It's
did
all
that
relative.
for a few seconds, but no,
Yeah,
the,
so
the
Noose is gonna
lighthouse
take
isn't
cover.
crumbling. There's still a mannequin here, and then there's two up on the top level.
Oh, I forgot that we're actually fighting. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're still in combat, homie.
look how that goes.
So... All right, I will attack.
Okay.
I think that's a dirty 20.
That'll hit.
Unfortunately, I don't have his character sheet memorized, so we'll do this. No, I
It
want
should
you
be
to-
pinned in
I want you to
Discord.
jump. Yeah, and then I put all these notes under it. D8 plus 5 and 40. So 7 piercing.
Okay.
Plus 11 piercing.
And that's enough.
Okay, good.
As the dragonborn dressed mannequin loses its form, clatters to the ground, moves no more. And then behind the man where the mannequin was standing is the ladder that leads up to the beacon room.
Noose is absolutely not going up that.
This map brought to you by the Reclusive Cartographer.
Oh.
Thank you, Reclusive, for words. Words are hard.
Who did not
Words are
properly
super
align
hard.
his booger to his own margins, so one of the letters runs off into the margin. And now I'm never going to unsee that. It's going to make me lose sleep.
Bonus action hide?
Hide where?
Behind Benedict. I don't know. Next is Sahn.
I am under the water.
He be glubbin.
So,
Alright, well done.
Rounds charmed goes to 5, rounds paralyzed goes to 6, and rounds of air goes to 17.
Okay, who's next?
Benny is next. He's going to try and climb up this ladder really quickly because he thinks Nazirr is up there
Okay.
and might have been in that blast.
And when you climb up there, all of the glass around the beacon has been shattered outward, leaving just the skeletal framework all around. The beacon
Oh,
fire,
so all of these walls are gone.
they're all
Okay.
gone. The beacon
Yeah.
fire has been snuffed out. It's no longer lit. Laying in the center is a large, that looks like a large hollow stone maybe the size of a basketball or a little bit larger, that is cracked in half.
Okay, well, Benny's not going to look around for that. He's going to look around for Nazirr. But are these creatures still here?
Yes, one of them is dressed like a butcher, and the other was wearing the regalia of a king.
Okay, so bonus action. Where is it? Thunderous Smite. And if this doesn't fucking work, I'm going to be really upset. Does a 12 hit?
12 does not hit.
Okay, well, we'll try again. How about a 27?
That'll do it.
I need a strength saving throw.
I need dice. Where are my dice?
What is my DC? Oh, there it is.
Oh, man. It's time for that fun, ominous sound. That butt-clenching sound.
744 points of damage to your desk.
No, my desk is fine.
It has toughness.
There's just like plastic dice, dude.
None of the individual dice pass the damage threshold.
That is a strength save, you said?
Yeah.
That's a 22.
Oh, I hate everything.
Good. How much damage you do?
So I do 7 slashing and 8 thunder. And the target is not ejected 10 feet away from me.
Nope.
Should have been a warlock.
Yeah, if only I had Eldritch Blast. Okay.
Moving or staying put?
I think I'm happy here.
Okay. Who's next?
Next is Ssah'ra.
You are all alone. No, you got Noose next to you.
Oh, come on, Noose, let's go upstairs.
You got this rat guy that dove under the bed too.
Okay, no, he's
That's
hiding
right.
under there.
Yeah.
How much movement to get upstairs?
10 feet.
You can go through this wall. It's not there, Ssah'ra.
Yeah, the pane of glass is broken outward.
Well, I don't want to go on the outside.
Oh, I don't blame you for that either.
It's a good way to
Oh, I'm
get
not
thrown
actually
up.
in a square. I'm sorry.
Okay, so this guy's just like sitting on the ledge.
Oh, yeah, there's 2 of them out there on the ledge.
Okay, she's gonna go over here.
That's the square it's in.
It's fine.
I think.
It's fine.
Well, then I need to be in that space.
Can I shove diagonally?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, she's gonna I want to check something on these attacks first.
That's a strength athletics check.
They're apparently good at these.
Okay, yeah, okay. Telekinetic thrust, not prone or move up to 10 feet.
What kind of save?
Well, no, hold on. I'm gonna do something for you. I can't talk.
Mhm.
Is he bloody or is he like chilling?
This one is not bloodied quite yet.
Okay, well,
The other one is bloodied. The butcher.
Can I use shove as a second attack?
Yeah, you can replace any of your attacks with a shove.
Okay, then we're gonna do first attack. Actually, you know what? First attack is gonna be a shove.
Okay.
So strength athletics.
Yeah.
Really? That's a 14.
14. He got a 13.
I rolled a 5, dude.
You shove the mannequin off the ledge. And I'm going to apply, I think I said 80 feet.
Yeah.
And that one is dead. Crashes to the ground and moves no more. But now you don't get its loot.
Well, that's fine. Is
Nazirr and Nerium get it.
so before I move, what's the status of this guy? Is he like protected by glass or anything?
No, there's nothing. The glass walls have all shattered out, and he
Okay.
is extremely bloodied.
Shove.
Shove, okay.
What is up with these rolls?
How'd you do?
I rolled a 1, which turns into a 10.
I have a 22. So your shove is not effective.
I mean, you got one of them. It's fine.
Can I bonus action shove?
No. You cannot.
Is that a bonus action you have?
I could bonus action to bash his side of his face with my pole arm.
I think you can only do that if you make an attack with your pole arm.
You might be right.
I'm
Well,
pretty
if you're
sure.
taking the attack action and you're using it to shove. Oh, I see what you're going for, though.
Yeah, he's shoving. He's not making attacks with his pole arm.
Yeah, you attack with a glaive action. Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
I
Okay.
played a champion fighter who used a pole arm for 20 levels. I know pole arm master. His name was Large Tom. Is that the end of Ssah'ra's turn?
Good old Tom.
I don't have a decent bonus action I can use, so yeah.
Okay.
Well, next is the pink dude.
We're gonna have a shove off.
Yes, we are. I get 2 slam attacks, which I'm going to turn into shoves.
Oh man, this
I've got a
is the worst Baldur's Gate
13 on the first shove and a 6 on the second. So you got to make strength athletics, or dex acrobatics checks, and beat a
Okay.
13 and then a 6.
Uh,
Well, I don't know how you want me to.
you should have elected one at a time.
Yeah, you want me to reroll
Just,
one at a
just
time.
re-roll them. Yeah.
All right, first one is a 15.
Okay, that beats the 13. Now you got to beat a 6.
I don't think he
That's
can.
gonna
he
happen.
can fail that, but he's gonna try.
Okay.
That's a 28.
And that's it for the mannequin. Who's next?
Next is purple token.
The rat guy
Rats.
is, well, one's nailed up into a barrel and the other is cowering under the bed.
Okay, then we're back to Nazirr.
Nazirr,
Ugh,
how's nap
have
time
my-
going?
Great until somebody woke me up.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Nazirr stumbles toward Nerium like. How high up was that?
I don't know, about 100 feet, give or take.
I don't know. I don't know why you're never coming here again, but I know why I'm not coming here again.
My goal is to get us all banned. I smile at you.
Dash, bonus action 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Remember, there's also a stairwell here.
It's true.
Yeah, the forgotten stairway.
The forgotten stairway.
It goes to Meridia behind the wreck ship.
All right.
That's forgotten highway.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, if this is the wreck ship, I mean,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gets me there.
Okay. Is that it for Nazirr?
Yeah, that was me moving. That was all of my actions spent on movement.
Who's next?
Nerium, you're up.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Nerium yells up and says, I think we should leave before the guards come.
Is that it?
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, Nerium's just gonna dodge. She doesn't have anything she wants to do at the moment.
Who's next?
Noose is up next. 5, 10, 15. Noose is just going to attack.
Okay.
I think he's more likely to succeed there than the shove.
I think it's the sneak attack.
Yeah, 21.
That'll hit.
All right, stabby. 6 plus 21 total piercing.
And that is enough. The most effective member of the party removes the final opponent from this combat.
Hey, I like rogues. Rogues are my bread and butter. And then
Rogue-
Noose is gonna back away and then realize there's a sheer cliff there, back away from that, and then say, you know what? You guys can just handle it.
You don't get to determine Noose's dialogue. He's an NPC.
I fine.
I mean, there's boundaries, Raz. There's
Why
boundaries.
do you hate fun, Brick Road? Oh, I was gonna claim him as my blip. No, I'm
Yeah, we can come off of initiative now. So over the course of the next minute or so, Sahn breaks the water.
So yeah, Benny's first action is where the hell is Nazirr? He's gonna look over the edge. I guess see Sahn drifting in the water.
Sahn, your crossbow that you dropped, was it magical?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Roll me a. There's not really item saving throws in 5th edition.
I'm just gonna take a bonus action and recall it to my hand. With
Oh, okay.
Link of Thought.
Well, I was trying to determine whether the fall would have harmed it.
Broken it.
But it's a magical crossbow.
Those are pretty resilient, is my understanding.
2nd edition used to have item saving throws, and like I would usually never pull an old rule like that back into play, but I don't know. Maybe it's becoming a piecemeal rules edition. I need to open my mind to such things. No, you recall
A la carte rules.
your crossbow. back
Benny,
in your
I'm
hand.
sorry. I don't see Naz down there. I think you might have drowned.
I'd like to take the shove action on Ssah'ra now.
So where do you
No,
guys reconvene in the
Benny will
lighthouse?
say nah.
I think Nerium's suggestion of leaving is a good one.
Yeah.
Is it? Why do we think someone called the guards? Like,
Because the top
oh, I
of the
guess the
lighthouse
explosion.
burst into
Yeah, I guess the,
flames.
Yeah,
the
the-
explosion.
Yeah. I want to examine this, but I don't want to reach into it because I don't want to take radiant damage.
It's
There's no
it's
radiant
snuffed out.
damage. It's been snuffed.
It's snuffed out.
Well, the fire is gone. Okay. Benny's gonna take part of the egg
Okay.
question mark with him because we might need to examine this.
It's remarkably heavy. Are you wearing any kind of gloves, gauntlets?
Yeah.
Remarkably heavy in your hand. And it feels startlingly cool given where it was and what has just happened. I mean, there's scorch marks all over the floorboards and everything up here from that wall of fire that Nerium put down.
Benedict, we need to get the hell out of here.
Hey, you're okay. Oh, thank Osborne. I almost said Thor.
Sure. Less talky, more Levy.
Yeah. We'll exit stage right.
So we guys are leaving the lighthouse?
Yeah, and I don't think we need to let this rat guy out.
If you don't,
Where
who's
did
going
the
to?
I don't think we need to let this guy out. I think we need to cheese it.
Yeah.
Brick, on the way out, so I was going to do a quick search of, I guess, rooms C and D to see if there's any like logs or books or anything about what exactly was going on here.
You're not going to do a quick search. Searching is not quick. You're going to have to convince your allies who want to leave that you should stay behind to search.
How
Can
long
we give
would it
you
take? to
1
search?
minute to do it?
I'll give you I'll let you. What's your passive perception? -5.
9.
9. Then that's what you'll use to see on a quick glance on your way out. If you want to stop and
Can we-
search, you can stop and search, but that's the opposite of leaving quickly.
How long
Can-
would it take to search though?
A few minutes probably for each room.
Can we spare you 1 minute and I'll just Aura Vitality, Nazirr, and Nerium?
Is that what you want to do? Ssah'ra, pick a room and give me an investigation check at disadvantage because you're being rushed.
All right.
Also, Ssah'ra, unless this aura vitality is happening in that room, you don't get any benefit from it. Although I don't know if you took any damage.
No, she did.
No.
Nazirr heal 14.
That's going to be a 20 on the investigation.
Okay, which room are you
Nazirr heal
searching?
13.
I guess D would be first on the way down.
Okay.
14.
D is one of the living quarters. There's 2 rooms that are kind of sleeping quarters, C and D, on the 1st and 2nd floor.
Yeah.
Well, it says 1st and 2nd floor. It's actually the 2nd and 3rd floor because it's using a European floor numbering system, which doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. I give them the metric system. I'll even give them their date formatting. They got to fix the way they number floors. Okay? Deal? Okay. No,
Sounds good to me.
sorry. Searching. Are you interested at all in the rat man that's hiding under the bed? He's
Yeah. Like asking him what's going on is also good.
has absolutely no idea what's going on.
What was the thing that was making the light up top?
There's sorcery in play and keeping the beacons lit. Sorcerer in Lord Igstool's employ who will have to be brought out to reignite the beacon. You don't find anything of value in terms of information about this like weird mannequin delivery, and the rat folk didn't know anything about it either. They basically just, a cart arrived saying they had supplies from Lord Igstool, we should bring them inside, kind of deal. As far as you can tell, these rat guys are not in on anything. They're just keepers of the lighthouse.
Do they have any idea whether there was a giant egg up top?
There wasn't.
So they have no idea what exploded and made the giant kaboom.
No, they barely have any conception of what happened in the past 10 minutes or so. These boxes and mannequins got delivered. They didn't know why. They're like, we'll just put these aside. Maybe tomorrow there'll be some explanation. Suddenly the mannequins came to life, bound them up, chased them off, and then literally a minute later, you guys arrived.
Are you okay? Are you hurt?
He's not hurt at all, but he doesn't know where his companion is.
Do you want to go search for a companion on the way out?
And then about that time, Benny's calling from downstairs. Hey, Aura Vitality's over. We're trying to run, not get arrested today.
Hey, maybe we don't have to. These rat guys will vouch for us.
See, Benny, how do you like it when I speak for your characters?
I think that you are out of practice.
Delusional.
You've seen this character for how long? This is what, session like 42?
There was
41?
not
And you
a
were totally
single-
wrong.
not
Didn't
a
even
single
didn't even
innuendo.
comment on didn't even comment on Nazirr and how hot he is. Like, come on.
And he's an orc. I don't
no-
think he's hot. Orcs are gross.
So Benny is he casts Aura Vitality.
Yeah.
Nazirr heals 46, and Nerium heals 12.
Okay.
And while he's casting that, Benny's gonna hold out the chunk in his hand and say, yeah, remember when we got here how the light dimmed? I think it was this. They've just put this in there.
Yeah, and Benny's holding out half of this. It looks like a stone bowl now, like a large stone serving bowl with a jagged edge. And he's wearing gloves. And if he hadn't been, now that you have it down here in the lamplight, if he wasn't wearing gloves, it would be dangerous to hold this thing because it's got an outside is covered in sharp crystalline material.
It's like obsidian, I assume, right?
Similar, yeah.
Like really sharp and glassy.
Yes, but it has more coloration to it than obsidian would.
Yeah.
It has like an opalescent, like it catches the light, whereas obsidian would remain black.
Yeah. Let's take it with us. Maybe somebody can figure out where it came from. I don't know.
Yeah.
So you
Well,
guys
I guess
you guys want to
that-
bail and leave the rat folk here to answer any questions when they come to try to reignite the beacon?
I feel like if we stick around with these rat folk, like they're gonna attack us and then the rat folk.
Are the rat folk the ones that normally run the tower?
Yeah, they were hired as to maintain the lighthouse. They're just here to do
I think-
upkeep on the physical building. They don't have anything to do with the actual beacon.
What if instead of running, we go get the guards and explain what happened, and then the rat folk will talk about how we saved them, and then the royal posse of Nerium will be well spoken of through the city.
Because we're trying to keep Duchess Saria's name like a little bit clean.
Oh, Duchess Ssah'ra just saved these people.
What's Duchess Ssah'ra doing running about to lighthouses in the middle of the night?
She got wind of a
I'm leaving,
Nazirr's
and then
delivery.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Nazirr says that, and then he turns to leave with Nerium.
As far as Benny is, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and we also need to talk to you guys about using real freaking names in the presence of randos when we're trying to be incognito.
No, they're not randos. They're rat folk.
Rando rat folk.
So you guys are heading back into the city before anybody arrives in like an official capacity to check out what happens at the beacon. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
All right.
Benny
'Cause I
kept
don't-
this guy safe by putting him in a barrel. That is the end of his contract. This
Because
guy's safe there.
Nerium came out wearing a mask
But
over
Duchess
her,
Ssah'ra,
her features, but so she doesn't I'm not going to be Duchess Ssah'ra out here.
listen, I had a vision when I was praying, and that's why we came to the lighthouse.
We're having this conversation on the way back, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Because Benny is not staying Nerium's not staying, Naz.
Yes, as we're
Nazir's
walking
not
by.
staying.
Ssah'ra's talking about how she had a vision that danger was at the lighthouse, and she tried to alert Duchess Saria.
All right. So how do we play this? Do we just deny?
Well, we got these
Or-
rings.
I think that we go into this along with the tourney shenanigans. Their god speaks to me.
You do
clearly.
realize that if they're gonna try and blame this on us.
How long does it take to get across the city?
Maybe a couple hours, depending on where you're going and
Nerium,
what route
turn
you're
me
taking.
invisible. I'm taking this to the double owl.
Yeah.
Yeah, Benny wants to sneak through the city and get to the ship.
Okay.
And
So-
bring the phoenix egg that I'm going to call it to double owl.
Wherever your destination is, and I'll get those in a second, but as you're leaving the lighthouse ground, looking out over the city in the skies, way off in the distance, you can see the ominous glow of this luminous beast that was just unleashed from the lighthouse. Its wings illuminating the nighttime clouds off in the distance, just doing wide swoops. And from your position, you can't see over which section of the city it's flying. You don't have a good sense for how far away or even how large it is. But there is definitely a huge winged beast over the skies of Varenthia. And now I have to step away for 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Benny's going to tell the party before he leaves, whatever is going on in the city is going to be preoccupied by that, and points at the phoenix and says, just pretend like you're scared.
Oh, I think we know why we never come back here again now.
Because it gets burned to the ground.
Yeah.
I guess we're here.
Although we can't really blame this on Nerium.
I don't know why you insist on blaming everything on me.
Ssah'ra's entire identity is revolved around blame. And I don't know if I'm saying that in character as Benedict or as like a player, because Ssah'ra blames Benny for everything.
Because an empress doesn't make mistakes, clearly.
The only one of us here that's been crowned is that guy. What do you say, Emperor? Is Ssah'ra full of shit?
I mean, do you need to ask me that question?
I would like an official decree, please. We'll get it on some like nice vellum, get it framed, put it up in the galley.
I'll have you know I take my morning constitution every morning.
All right. Sorry about that. So Benedict is going to go invisible and go back to the ship to deliver this stone device to Double Owl. Is that correct?
Yeah, my understanding is I get an hour.
Is anybody going with Benedict, or is Benedict going alone?
I think Benedict's got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody wants to go with him, I can multi-target invisibility.
That's what I'm asking.
I'll go with him.
Okay.
Ssah'ra's gonna stay in the city.
And
It
who
is
all?
a
Where's everybody else going?
I'm going back to the whatchamacallit, the hotel, and make like I've been there the entire time.
Sahn and Ssah'ra, are you going back to the hotel along with Nerium?
I think Ssah'ra wants to go to a bar.
There's a bar at the hotel had a name. What is it? I have it here somewhere.
Oh, I don't remember that either. I'm not sure if I wrote it.
I know I wrote it down because it was ridiculous.
Ssah'ra wants to go to the most popular tavern.
The Bower Palazzo.
I did write that down. I do remember that.
I cannot stop you, but I implore you to please don't try to lie to anybody. You're bad at it.
So, Ssah'ra, are you going to the bar at the Palazzo?
Is there a better bar in the city? Or a more popular bar?
You'd have no way of knowing. without
Oh, then I guess she'll
without
go to the
spending a
one she
day
knows
doing
about.
the research and checking the Yelp reviews and everything.
Yeah, she'll go to the only bar she knows about then, which would be, I guess, the one at the hotel.
Oh no, this is a major life change. Oh no. Previously, to switch between my notepad, I moved my mouse down to the taskbar, but now I have to move it up to these notepad tabs. Oh god.
I actually really like that change.
Suddenly, Burkhardt hates everything about Windows 11.
Oh god.
Yeah, Notepad has tabs now, and I kind of like that.
No, it's amazing.
No, it'll be fine.
just get-
It's just
Muscle memory.
oh,
You just
it's
gotta move the mouse in a different direction. I know.
Oh god.
He was so happy about tabs and Notepad before we went live, folks.
Nerium, Sahn, and Ssah'ra, making your way back to the palazzo.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up through the theater district. There's a lot of nightlife in the theater district, and it wasn't that late at night. Like, it's still before midnight, probably. It's dark outside, but it's still before midnight. But typically, there's not a lot of nightlife. A lot of people are out on the streets between the various theater productions and all of the other comings and goings of this area of the city. And as you enter into the thoroughfare that had previously been blocked off by Nerium's production, because the Duchess, is trying to keep kind of a low profile, so she bankrolled an impromptu theater production in the middle of the street without getting the proper zoning restrictions and things. And there are dozens and dozens of bodies laying there.
Should we alert the constable?
Several of the bodies seem to be amongst the Varenthian constabulary.
Gonna run up to one and
What happened
just,
to them?
Yeah,
Are they burned?
No, they're not burned. And as you guys are relying on your dark vision at the moment, because all of the buildings along this area of the thoroughfare are shuttered from the inside. No lights shining out of the window. It is eerily dark and silent for the time being. Who amongst you who's skilled in medicine?
Benny, unfortunately.
Benny's not here.
Sorry,
I
guys.
am
Wrong
not
way.
skilled in medicine yet.
Okay.
are they just? Can I just check to see if they're dead?
When you shoot down at one of the bodies, there's no obvious wounds on the person, and they're still breathing, but they're not moving.
Oh. Sahn, do you detect any magic?
Let's take a look.
You don't detect any. They're not under the influence of a spell that you can tell.
Paralyzed by poison, maybe?
Hmm.
A few of
Do
them.
we have any idea
Well, you need a
where the
medicine
heat?
check.
Why don't we grab one and take it to the church and see if they can help?
So who do you grab up? If you're going to try to.
Which one's the nicest dressed?
There's lots of nicely dressed people because you're in the theater district. There's lots of people who are dressed up in very colorful and gaudy costuming. There's nobility that was tending to one show or the other. There's a lot of commoners who work as stagehands, back of house kind of roles. So you kind of have your pick of who you like to grab up and drag over to the cathedral.
Do we recognize anybody from the production that Nerium funded?
Not at a glance, but I'll let you search around with an investigation if you'd like.
I'm thinking we grab somebody that's partial in Nerium and somebody that'll actually talk.
Okay.
Son's investigating for
Yeah, each of the three.
see if there's
Give
anyone
me,
here recognizes.
give me an investigation check to see if you find someone.
So that's an investigation of.
Can I help him?
Yeah, you can each make your own roll.
Okay.
So an investigation of 24.
I was that's not great.
28.
28. So Sahn and Nerium, who would you like to take over to the cathedral? Nerium, or not Nerium, Sahn and the other guy, Ssah'ra.
Well, did I find anyone I recognized?
Yeah, from the production that you and Nerium put on, one of the other the guy who played the wizard with the curly-toed shoes, who slay you and Nazirr on stage.
Yeah, I'll pick him up.
I'm gonna grab him.
Okay. So you take the wizard guy up, and yeah, just absolutely limp and dead in your arms. You can't. Doesn't seem to have any other major injuries. He's not bleeding out. His body's not charred. None of his bones seem to be broken, but he is just unconscious.
So take him to the temple and see if they can help.
When you arrive at
I
the
don't know where else a healer
stairs
would be.
of the temple, there is a crowd of people there who all had the same idea you did. People from and there's chaos out here. Just a lot, the din of a lot of scared and panicked people. That everyone saw this monster swooping out over the city. That it released some sort of terrible breath weapon down amongst the populace, and people just started dropping unconscious.
Do the people change their behavior when they see Ssah'ra?
No, because right now, what little control over the crowd there is one of the clerics of, and this god's name, I swear,
Unicorn god?
Ssah'ra. Ssah'ra. That's what I decide on. Ssah'ra. The god of unicorns and Pegasi. One of the clerics is on the temple steps, not admitting anybody into the cathedral. Basically, I will let you guys make either a perception check or an insight check if you're paying attention to the cleric who's trying to gain control of the crowd.
Okay. Because my intention is to go up and help him since Ssah'ra is somewhat recognized.
And she's lawful good, right?
Yes, that's a 17.
A 17? Did you other two want to make a roll?
I mean, my skills are crap for this.
Okay.
Sure, why not?
Either perception or
That
insight.
That is a 1.
On perception or I guess it doesn't matter. You failed both.
Doesn't matter actually at that point.
Nerium, did you put a roll down?
For insight, you said?
Either perception or insight.
It's a 15.
Which one?
Insight.
Insight. And Ssah'ra, you were doing perception or insight?
Blue insight.
Okay. The cleric is trying to get control of the crowd. He's basically saying that the first few patients, he wouldn't use the word patients, but the first few afflicted had been brought in, that they've been made comfortable, that some clerics have looked over them. They're not injured. They're not sick. There's no harm had come to them. The best thing you can do for your afflicted is to take them home to their beds for a good night's sleep, is basically what he's saying. However, he seems very, very nervous. And what's causing his nervousness is he's giving like a well-practiced speech that he has been instructed to give on very short notice. You can tell that he doesn't seem to believe the force of his own words. He's just parroting what his superiors in the church have told him. But his message is
Nerium,
nobody else is going to be admitted into the cathedral.
Nerium, you want to make sure we all get kicked out, right?
What?
Yes or no? Answer that.
I don't need your help.
Ssah'ra's gonna slither her way up to this guy.
Oh no.
Okay.
And she's gonna offer to help him calm down the crowd and send everybody back home.
So I'll give this guy. I'll give you guys this choice. You have the opportunity to influence this crowd in one way or the other. To offer assistance to the cleric and bring the temperature down, or to bring the temperature up, because this crowd could easily overrun this guy and storm the cathedral if they wanted.
Ssah'ra wants to get everybody home with their loved ones in bed.
Because she's lawful good.
Because she's lawful good, and also when everybody comes around tomorrow and they're still dead, it's going to be much more interesting.
Okay. And
Because she's lawful good.
are Sahn and Nerium okay just leaving her to her devices here?
Yeah. At this point, Sahn's opinion, and he'll tell this to Nerium over a mind link, is okay. Ssah'ra's staying here. Let's get this guy to double owl. Nobody in this city is going to actually know what to do with him.
You want to take him back to
Yeah.
the ship?
Yeah, that seems fair.
Ssah'ra,
That's a good idea.
how are
Yeah.
you helping the cleric to bring the temperature of the crowd down and convincing people to go? Are you gonna?
So she is hoping that some people recognize her for the fencing tournament and how her devotion and her purity helped her win that tournament, and so she has the favor of their god,
Okay.
Iththgern, and so she's going to try and use that to kind of calm the people down and tell them that Iththgern is watching over them and will protect them. And
Are you trained in religion?
she's learning about religion.
But you're not trained in religion.
I got 4 more weeks.
So go ahead and make a persuasion check. I'm going to set your DC at 20. If you'd been trained in religion, I would have given this to you at advantage.
Yeah, well. It was almost.
Okay.
That's a 3.
So are you going to assist your companions in taking the wizard guy back to the ship?
I mean, we're already gone.
Well, I'm going to give Ssah'ra the option to go with you if she wants. I'm not going to abandon her here in this crowd.
You can
There's
make
a
him that way,
crowd.
it's fine.
They mob her.
Well, she tried to calm everyone down, and I guess they just ignored her. So
Yeah, so you leave the situation in basically the same state that you found it. This crowd is getting pretty uppity, and you make your way back to the ship. Benny and Nazirr, you arrive back there earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Get up onto the ship. I guess Noose had gone with you.
Muse
Okay.
doesn't need to be invisible. He's stealthy enough.
He probably took a different road. Like even
Yeah.
invisible, he's harder to spot than the two of you.
Along the way, Benny and Nazirr hold hands so that they don't lose each other, but also because it's romantic. Oh,
Getting back to the ship,
nothing. Okay, great.
and I gave you a whole session to have your wedding. A whole session I gave you.
Well, I'm claiming it as an ideal, so just
Gotta have those character moments.
Yeah.
I explained. Because I wrote a novel that is a love story, and the first person I told that I was writing a novel to 2 years ago was my wife. I explained, hey, I'm writing a novel, and I might actually finish it this time. She said, well, what is it? And I'm like, it's a love story. And she said, why?
Aw.
Because she knows above and beyond any person on the planet that I don't actually have a romantic bone in my body.
sometimes you gotta work outside your comfort zone.
So you guys have Double Al come out onto the deck, or I guess you could take it down into his workshop.
We could just go down to his workshop, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, Benny will hand it over the egg and say, so yeah, whatever's flying over the city, you think it hatched from this? It was in the lighthouse. Whatever the flame pit is called.
Peachberry saw the thing fly out of the beacon. She noticed that the beacon had gone dim, came up out into the crow's nest with her scrying device, watched the explosion happen from afar, had no idea you guys were involved. She describes the creature, having seen a very close-up look at it through her scrying glass. She described it as a gigantic dragon taking flight, but instead of being a creature of muscle and scale, it seemed to be a creature of light and radiance. It didn't seem to have a corporeal form. And she's been keeping tabs on it as it's been going out all over the city, discharging this breath weapon.
Well, whatever it is, I guess it if these people were keeping this kind of a creature underneath their thumb, like I don't know what to say, honestly.
Well-
It could be more that it was smuggled in by somebody who wanted to take out the city. We
Well,
should
whatever
probably
it
go
is.
Why don't we
whatever
go
it is-
investigate the rich people?
Well, you're not
district to
there.
find out? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
You're
why-
over at the
why are you-
cathedral from now.
Okay.
Where he from? Yeah, whatever it
I
is,
mean-
it hatched from this, and Benny hands over the egg.
Okay.
Can you find out anything about this? Sorry, cat dealing with cat. Look into this and find out anything you can. Maybe we might have to fight this thing.
Why? This
I mean,
question
if it-
comes from Tenacity, who is now standing behind you, watching through the situation. Does this have anything to do with the glass eye that we're searching for?
Benny
Oh.
thinks on the spot and says, I mean, if this gets in the way of our mission,
Why would it?
I mean, I'd like to be that optimistic. And Benny kind of trails off sullenly.
Oh, I mean, the city's not likely to be on high alert due to this thing now.
Tenacity points out that if the city is on high alert dealing with this light dragon, doesn't that serve your purposes? It should make your movement through the city easier, not harder.
Reasonable.
She shrugs. She says, when the cats are watching the rats, the mice get to play.
You know, that's not a bad suggestion.
Double Al is going to take the artifact and subject it to some of the tests that he runs through any magic item that comes aboard. He'll have some information about it, hopefully within a few hours. Are you going to stay here on the ship until he's completed that, or should he send word back to you at the palazzo?
We don't need to stay here, I don't think. Especially
Yeah,
if we're gonna gather the party and venture forth.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we need to
Well, when you
keep
and
together.
Nazirr and Noose go to leave the ship and head back to the palazzo, you encounter the other three coming back to the ship holding this unconscious wizard.
Benny immediately examines the guy.
Do you have a medicine? Are you trained in medicine?
I do have medicine.
Give me a medicine
training.
check.
I think that might be an 8.
8?
Yeah, I rolled a 4.
There's no major injuries that you can tell.
Next diagnosis, I'm gonna lay on hands with the attempt to remove a disease or poison.
And it is neither. Man does not wake up.
At least we know that. I'm gonna try and put 1 hit point into him.
Okay.
So I heal him for 1.
Had no visible effect that you can see.
Can I tell if a creature has full hit points if the healing isn't like effective?
That's what a medicine
Can you-
check would be for.
Can you tell if he's sleeping?
He's definitely sleeping
Benny-
because he's unconscious.
Benny slaps him?
Slaps him?
I mean, that's how you wake up people. You gently slap them, right?
Well, if he was under the effect of like a sleep spell or something similar, yes. That's what would
Okay,
happen.
well, I mean, Dr. Benedict is making his diagnosis, and with his medicine check of 8, he is determined he needs to slap the man.
Yeah, you slap
Knock
this
his
man,
magic.
and you knock his...
And
He's wearing
it
this
doesn't
fake
wake up.
wizard's beard that you knock it askew, and it's hanging there by its face putty or whatever now.
I'm not trying to do bludgeoning damage to him. I'm just trying to, like, pat. Like,
Yeah, didn't work. He's still asleep, and now his beard's
Okay.
coming off.
What if we dump a bucket of water on his head, Benny?
Point of order. All of those costumes were an illusion made by Seeming, and they still got probably like 6 more hours on them.
Oh. The beard was a real beard. He was committed to that part of the role.
Benny looks at the rest of the party and says, I say we take him back with us to the hotel.
I was just gonna give him to Double Al because so he has.
Yeah, I don't know that
somebody-
anyone in the city will know what to do with them. Al might get some information
Yeah.
off of them.
Yeah. Hey Al, this guy got hit by the breath weapon. Enjoy.
Well, Al is indisposed for the next hour or so as he's running experiments, but Tenacity is there to receive your new prisoner. Someone else for the brig?
No,
he got hit by the breath weapon.
He's
There's
from
a lot of unconscious people in
Yeah.
the city. It appears
Yeah,
that
maybe Midge can take a look at him and
Yeah,
see what's
Midge.
wrong with him.
All right.
Figured.
Now I'll have Midge roll a medicine check. Hey,
Yeah,
she's
she's
got
I'm going to give her clairvoyance.
She got a 20. She's fine. Also, she's trained in that, and she's a cleric. So the man had superficial wounds, like a bump on the head, some scrapes on his body. Nothing major. The kind of wounds that would be consistent with, like, if you just were stricken unconscious while you were standing in the road and you fell over, unable to break your fall. Those wounds have been knitted because Benny put a hit point of lay on hands into him. He does not seem to be affected by poison or any sort of disease, which Benny already checked for, and it doesn't seem to be a magical effect. It's a natural sleep. She finds it
That's a
very
deep sleep.
disconcerting. Tenacity offers to put a feather bed down in the brig for the man to sleep on, and if he wakes up, they'll put some questions to him. If that's what you want. Otherwise, she doesn't want this man on the ship.
All right. We'll take him back with us then.
Okay.
We just
To be clear, she's asking Nerium now, because this is largely Nerium's show, and Nerium is held to a higher level of accountability than the rest of these dopes, right?
mm-hmm.
To be clear, you think this man has some connection, or his malady that's afflicting him has some connection to the artifact you seek, and that's your interest in his affliction?
I mean, let's see. What's the best way to describe this? We were investigating magical going-ons in the city. We led to this, and we got word that certain. You correct me if I'm wrong here, Brooker, but we got word that that there was a powerful individual in the city searching for an artifact.
Mm-hmm.
And we've kind of got it down to maybe 3 or 4 potential people, and one of the people gave the shipment out, and that's how we ended up at the lighthouse. It could be related. There's a non-zero chance of that.
Okay. Well, she trusts your judgment, but she also knows that the 5 of you have a tendency to make small problems into large problems. And her advice, such as it is maybe we could recover this artifact without any large problems.
Nerium, as she says that, Nerium kind of, her head turns slightly to the side to look at the bird that's floating around.
Benny, he'll say it out loud. Well, 0 for 1 so far.
As far as she knows, that wasn't your fault. That's a coincidence.
I mean, I don't think it was our fault.
I don't think it
Even
was
if
our fault either.
And even if it was, I would maintain it wasn't our fault.
Fair enough. So you don't want this man thrown in the brig. So you're going to take him back to the hotel and then wait for word for Double Al in the morning as far as his experiments on the... Okay. Is everybody... Go ahead.
What I'm going to do is just find an inn on the way, reasonable priced inn, and then pay for 2 weeks, and then ask them to please, and then tip another gold to go in there and make sure that he, doesn't die in his sleep.
Okay.
And they clean up his pee-pees and poo-poos, because I don't want to carry him.
So let's call that 2 silver for each night that you're paying for, and then a gold on top of that.
Okay, so that's.
But you want this done at an inn.
Basically,
you don't want to.
Yeah, just I don't know, just like an inn.
Okay.
Not like a flop house.
And then you guys come back to the palazzo. Is everybody intending to go back to the palazzo and have a long rest tonight?
Well,
Yes.
let's talk about that. Tenacity seems to suggest that we could probably get into the upper city right now.
That would be Ssah'ra's suggestion.
Do we want to stake out another
But
investigation?
people might need a rest. I don't know.
So here's the thing: is I was going to suggest this. I don't think we're going to get a better chance with the very angry crowd outside. I don't think we're going to get a better chance to go inside the cathedral and poke around.
Good point.
Benny's gonna say, but the mannequins came from this manor.
It could be unrelated.
So
Could be.
we know for certain that there's stuff going on in the cathedral. We're pretty sure that there's also shenanigans going on beyond the wall.
I mean, we have three, maybe 4, but definitely 3. So I'll stick with 3. People that could have the eye. This guy could have the eye just because he's the most powerful individual in the area.
Right.
This person could have the eye, or is at least looking for the eye, because they're in a powerful position and are in a deal with a devil.
I think it's a devil.
And in this place, we know there are artifacts of some power in this place.
What is that place?
That's the church, isn't
No,
it?
the church is
Cathedral.
one.
Yep.
That's cathedral, yeah.
Then what is this?
What
I
is
don't
what?
think we've investigated 3 yet. 1 is
Three's
the
like a
big-
garden.
Okay, I keep thinking this is the church. Anyway,
So
then-
you guys
then,
have
yeah.
never visited 3, but you've been in the city for a few days. It's a place called Asgidrathon Yards, which is the meeting place of the Varinthian Parliament. It's
Oh, so it's
Okay.
the government
the
district.
seat of
Okay.
government, and currently the big man in government is North Minister Holpuck McGillicuddy.
Wow, that's a name.
Are you proud of yourself?
I like that one a lot.
I'm not gonna write that one in the journal yet. Benny's gonna agree with Nerium on your assessment, but then he's gonna say, of the 3 locations that we've indicated, which is the hardest to get into at any other time? And he's
That
gonna go
one?
Cathedral.
north.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
There's
the
2
thing-
gates in the way.
Well, the thing is that one is going to be, I think, locked down the hardest. People are not going to be going there for spiritual guidance and protection and succor from a god. They're going to lock the gates down and not let anybody through.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I think that's going to be actually one of the few places that would be harder to get into. Because look, did you see the crowd outside of that place? They're going to be on high alert.
Fair enough.
So
So cathedral then, or to the mayor's house then.
the mayor's house?
So
I
you
thought we
wanna-
were going to the
the-
cathedral. I'm confused.
I
now.
got a little confused at the conclusion of that.
So my vote is our vote is either just try again later, take a long rest, go into the cathedral, or go into either the explore the theater district or but we have an inn for that later, and then assuming it's not canceled, or the Lord. Is it a Lord? The big man's house.
So the easiest way to get into the cathedral is probably to have Nerium incite the crowd to storm the front door.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna incite the crowd.
Do you want to storm
Benny's
into
gonna
the
push-
cathedral?
It's going to be harder. I think it's going to be harder to get in the other ones.
Benny's gonna make one last attempt to argue for this, just because this is a thread that we're already following, but there are definitely undertones of. I mean, Nazirr almost died, and this guy deserves whatever retribution his sword will bring him.
Yeah, but we've also had threads here too as well, because they were investigating Nerium, or the Duchess identity, and they're the ones that sent the people to the boat and stuff like that. So again, we have like multiple threads here.
Yeah.
We could always do the smart thing and split the party.
Yeah, let's do that. That worked great in the lighthouse.
Always split the party.
Yeah, we're 2.
So who
Benedict,
hands up for cathedral?
Ssah'ra thinks the cathedral is a smart move for right now, and then tomorrow probably, when there was still in panic, try north.
Cathedral.
I think the cathedral is a good way to go.
Hands up for keep.
Benny,
I'm
wants
up.
to do the keep.
I'm up for the keep.
So it's 2 and 2. Who didn't vote?
No,
thought
it's
there were
3
3.
and 2.
That's 3-2.
That was 3.
3 for the
That was
okay.
3 for cathedral. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 3 for cathedral.
Very good. Bear with me just one moment.
I'm happy. I got my blip from that.
If we do want to split the party, Ssah'ra will go to the keep so that she can maintain her pilgrim facade. But
No, what? Huh? You're gonna go to the keep as a pilgrim?
Don't think
no,
we
no,
want to
no.
split
We,
the party.
if we want to split the parties, then Ssah'ra breaking into the cathedral is a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't
I
think anybody
see.
wants to split the
I
party.
yeah. No, we do not want to split.
Heading back to the cathedral. The crowd's outside. Very similar to the state that you left them in, except now things are a little bit angrier, and several burly, armored men stand at the base of the cathedral stairs. The armaments they're wearing plate armor with the trappings of unicorns and pegasi upon them. So lots of feathery flourishes. Their helmets actually have horns that come off the top. And each of them is armed with some sort of very fancy polearm, like one of the ones out of the Arms and Equipment Guide that nobody can pronounce. Their job right now is keeping the crowd back, because apparently a few people have tried to bring their injured parties up into the cathedral, and you see where one injured man is already laying on the stairs with one of the acolytes tending to him that has a gash on his chest, and his unconscious friend is laying on the stairs behind them where she collapsed. So that's the state you find the crowd in when you arrive.
Mm-hmm.
There doesn't have to be a back entrance to this building.
Looks like it'll be easy to just break down the front door near him.
Let's see. I'm thinking.
So what's next?
All right. How big of a disturbance do we want to go for on a scale of 1 to 10?
Tenacity said keep it small, so an 11.
So,
I like the timing of that. Benny
so
says
3,
1.
right?
All right. Trying to think if I could should I just go with like persuasion? It'll be hard. I think it'll be harder to persuade the crowd to storm the gates now because somebody's already been injured. But I could probably do it.
But the crowd looks really uppity right now. Like there's enough people here who are trying to gain access to the cathedral, and it's a little angrier than when they were here earlier.
Okay. All right, guys, get ready to go in with the crowd.
Just don't get me expelled from the tourney.
Get ready for a riot.
Yep.
No riots in Sigil.
I'm gonna go ahead and change the color of my carapace to match that of the crowd.
Okay.
Just sort of blend in.
You're now
Get
crowd.
advantage on stealth.
You're now
Alright.
crowd color.
Your crowd colors.
I would like to instigate the crowd, basically saying with the follow salient points. They can't stop all of us. They're obviously hiding something that they're some help that they have. They're hoarding for themselves, and if we don't get it now, it might run out.
Make a
And then where we're all loved
persuasion
ones
check.
to be.
Are you putting any magic stank on that, or are you just?
I don't
Go ahead
have
and take clairsentience.
Okay, yeah, I don't have any stank I can give myself.
Okay.
If the crowd doesn't find you sexually attractive, I can help and give you advantage.
Sure, I'll take the advantage.
The entire crowd actually does not find you sexually attractive. That's a very busy night if they did.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a 29.
Okay. Yeah, you managed to get the crowd riled up to the point where several of the more forceful agitators begin pushing their way up the stairs and engaging with these two guardsmen who, to their credit, they don't look like they want to be leg breakers tonight, but it looks like they've got orders. So, the last thing that we're going to do before we roll initiative is you hear an ear-splitting screech break across the sky heading in your direction. And then we'll roll initiative.
Oh, God damn it.
And it's up to you if you guys still want to have Noose with you or not.
I think we better have him with us.
Yeah. I keep rolling 20s, but they're not for combat.
It's been a while since I did initiative. I'll do it. I'll volunteer.
Okay.
Well,
Mark my AC
Thank you.
down from losing the cloak. Oh, it is marked down.
Oh, Ssah'ra, I knew she was always on the bad guy's side.
I'm waiting to see what Nazirr got.
raw secret BBEG of the campaign.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry. I need one more token. Well, I guess you guys need a noose. Oh, you got noose on there. You're good.
Yeah.
You've got a noose yourself. We'll make the crowd. Oh, actually, I don't know what color the crowd is. Only Sahn knows. What color is the crowd?
Urban camo.
All right, we'll go green.
Yeah.
Can it be a diverse crowd?
The crowd is on zeros. Who's at the top of my order?
Looks like Nerium.
So Nerium, you've egged the crowd up on their action. They're going to act on 0. They're going to start storming the stairs, and whatever violence happens as a result of that, you're just going to have to live with. The last thing that happens before your action at the start of your turn here is you hear that ear-splitting screech heading your direction, splitting the skies.
Alrighty.
Yeah, you're first.
I need a... how close are the leg breakers?
To you or to each other?
Both.
They're probably within 10 feet of each other, and you can be as close as you want. Because how far... You would have had to be out in the center of the crowd to get them all egged up, but you can be as far to the front of the crowd as you want. You can be right on their legs at the start of initiative if you want to be.
I don't want to be right on their legs, because I want to kind of do this... at least have some plausible deniability cover.
Are you...
But
now,
within 30 feet.
Do you look like Nerium at the moment, or do you look like Lady Ssah'ra?
I am not dressed as Lady Ssah'ra. I am, like I said, still wearing I'm wearing like a hood and a mask.
So tomorrow there will
Essentially.
be no question that some masked woman and Lady Ssah'ra's entourage was out here at the steps. That's
Right.
That's going to be the rumor on everyone's lips.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, you can be as close to the guardsmen as you would like to be at the start of your turn.
30 feet away.
Okay.
And I need all the guardsmen to make me a saving throw. It is a... I lost the spell. Hold on. I think it's a level 4 spell. No, it's a level 3 spell.
Magic's hard, you guys.
Well, I need to
It
know.
is.
What
Magic
I
is-
had it, and it just...
There's a reason I keep putting off playing Wizard.
Suggestion, there it is.
Okay.
No, not suggestion. I want to do the compulsion. There it is. It is a wisdom saving throw.
I have a 3
Creature-
and a 4.
Okay.
Are you casting? I guess it doesn't
I-
matter if you're casting from the choker because you just hit 60 on the choker, didn't you?
Yeah,
Okay.
it did. I am casting it from the choker, but so that's the spell where creatures of my choice that I can see within range, a target that automatically succeeds on this thing is they can't be charmed. On a failed save, a target is affected as dispelled. I designate a direction. The direction is west, I guess.
Okay.
When on their next turn, they use as much movement as possible to move in that direction.
Okay. So you
It can
want
take its
the
action.
guardsmen to move away from the stairs.
Yes.
All right.
I want them to move away from the stairs. They can take an action before they move if they so choose. After they move, they could make another wisdom save.
What about the cleric who's at the top of the stairs trying to direct the crowd? Did you want to get him in that radius too?
Yes. Basically, anybody related to the church up front. I can pick as many people as I want.
Well, the cleric rolled a 21 on the save.
Okay, he passes.
He passes. The 2 guardsmen fail. So
Hold on. Siphon Salience. I can take reactions now, right?
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm gonna Siphon Salience. He can re-roll that, and Nerium gets advantage on our next D20.
That turns it into a 17 on the save.
That is the DC.
Okay, so he passes.
Yep.
And Nerium, you're staying put. Just real quick, because Nerium said she's about 30 feet back from the steps, so she's out amongst the crowd. Is the party together around Nerium? And if not,
No,
who is
No.
Sahn is on the periphery, but still in the middle, surrounded by the crowd.
Okay, so I'm gonna put Sahn over by himself, and this is the rest
Yep.
of the group in the
Where's
center.
well, sounds not going to be near. Yeah,
Yeah, I wanted to be more like tangential rather than
yeah.
behind.
Ssah'ra's not going to be near Nerium either. Where exactly is Nerium?
Well, I just for my own, I just want it. So we've got these
like,
four characters together, and then Sahn off on his own and Ssah'ra off on her own. Is that correct?
I think Noose would be off on his own a little bit.
Okay.
Benny was helping Nerium, so he's definitely within earshot of her.
Okay.
And Nazir's next to Benedict.
So that's the end of Nerium's turn. Who's next?
Ssah'ra's next, followed by your pink token.
All right, Ssah'ra, what are you done?
Okay, so where is this dragon thing? She's going to look
You
up.
can't. Would you like to use your action to make a perception check?
If she glances up, she doesn't see it coming towards us.
No, you hear the echo of it screech in the sky, but you haven't seen the creature yet.
She's going to yell out, "Run! The dragon's coming back!"
Okay. Are you trying to
it was-
elicit any reaction out of the crowd with that?
Yeah, she's trying to get the crowd to run, but that's
Okay.
not like her main action.
What is your main action?
How far is the door?
You can be as close to the base of the stairs as you want to be.
So I guess she'll be sort of at the base of the stairs.
Okay. So yeah, probably 15 or 20 feet up the stairs through the guardsmen and the acolyte.
Yeah, she wants to be like close to the stairs but away from Nerium.
Yeah, Nerium smells bad. Are we doing anything?
Yeah. I want to do something, but the dragon's not close enough yet.
You don't know where the dragon is.
Yeah, she was going to do something really cool too. So sad.
Is that it for Ssah'ra?
No, she's going to, I guess, run towards the front door, run up towards the cleric and the doors.
Well, you're not going to run. You don't have legs.
She's going to snake run.
Snake run.
Snake run. We have finally quashed that remark from Brick.
Oh no.
Every time she runs, she is now snake running.
So she like
running.
scrunches up her tail to make these weird little legs, where one is just the bend at the middle of the tail and the other is the tip. and
Looks like
she's-
Sir Hiss from Robin Hood.
Okay, so what I need you to do, Ssah'ra, I need as an action or as part of an attack, your choice. You need to make a strength athletics check against the guards with strength athletics.
Okay, the intent is to basically grab the cleric and barrel through the front doors, and
that's fine. But to get to the cleric, you've got to
Yeah,
go through these guardsmen.
So how many checks? Just one?
Just one. Well, one to start with.
Strength athletics.
You need an 11.
I got a 15.
Okay, so you have no problem pushing through this guard square, and now you no longer have an action because you started an attack action. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you're leaving the guard's threat range to go up to the acolyte. So he's going to try to bring you down with his pole arm. That's going to be a 14 to hit.
That's not.
So he fails to stand in your way, and then he fails to swipe at you. You duck underneath it and slither your way up to the acolyte. Now what?
So she wants to basically grab the acolyte and yank him inside so that he doesn't get destroyed by the dragon.
Okay, so the next, as part of your attack action that you've made, you can substitute a grapple, which is another strength athletics check, versus his dex acrobatics. He's got a 16.
That's a 29.
So, okay, he tries to, when he sees the terrible snake woman slithering up the stairs past his armed guard, tries to break and run, but no, you get your hand around his arm and you're dragging him inside the cathedral?
Yeah, inside the cathedral.
Okay. Slithering through the main door of the cathedral on the inside. And I'll say that uses up the rest of your movement to get in there.
That's fine.
The first thing you notice is there are two more of these armored guardsmen just inside the doors of the cathedral that now have their undivided attention. Previously, their attention was divided between the mass outside and the enormous black portal that has opened up way up on the main dais of the cathedral, where previously you had been taken by the lesser acolytes to go up and perform prayers, kneeling in front of this raised area with the iconography of Ecthithgurn on it. There's just a hole in space with a dark presence on the other side of it. When the acolyte sees this, the one that you have grappled, his jaw just goes slack and his skin goes clammy and white. He's never seen something like this before. That's Ssah'ra's turn. Who's next?
Oh, fuck.
You found it.
You found the thing.
I found your portal, Biddy.
Who's next?
Next is Pink.
I need everybody except Ssah'ra, because she went inside, to make a dexterity saving throw. DC is 19.
Add 5 if you're Nerium or Nazirr.
Ass.
Got an 18.
Go ahead.
18's a fail.
Well, that's a pass. That's a 20.
20's a pass. How'd Benny do?
I think I failed.
Benny failed.
I'm struggling with math. I
There's
think I failed.
a loud sound as this creature with monstrous wings made out of light and shadow lands with great weight on top of the cathedral, such that the building shudders, and it lets loose with great flapping of its wings out over the crowd this illuminated sand or dust that falls over all of you. If you failed that save, you are now under the effects of fairy fire.
Oh, that's not as bad as I was thinking it'd be for me.
And the coloration of it is this bizarre opalescent magenta and teal, like it's oscillating between two very different shades of color, similar to the creature's wingspan now perched on the cathedral roof. This effect takes hold on most of the crowd and the two guardsmen there as well, right around the time that violence looks sure to break out in earnest. And the dragon is now perched there. Who's next?
After the dragon, which was what color?
It was pink.
Pink. It's Noose.
Oh, did anybody roll that save for Noose?
Oh, no, I need to do that. Noose is unaffected.
Okay.
He easily passed. Noose is going to... What targets look hostile?
I'll let you make
Like,
an
obviously
active
there's the
perception
dragon.
check.
Yeah, he could do that.
As his action, he can make a perception check. Obviously, the guardsman would be hostile, and obviously the dragon.
Oh, well, I knew it was the guard. Oh, damn it. Well, I've already rolled. I think I already have all the answers that I wanted that question.
Well, did he want to use it? If you wanted to use his action, make a perception check, and you use that roll. If not,
No, I'm gonna just attack one of the guards then.
from back here in the crowd,
How far away is Noose from the guards?
he can be as close as he wants to be, because you guys went into the crowd and kind of
wow.
dispersed in 3 different directions. But he could have approached as close as you think you need him, all the way up to the stairs if you want.
You know, he's a man of discretion, so he'll take the ready action, and he's gonna attack the first thing that Benedict does.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's watching Benedict's motion up in the front of the crowd.
Yeah.
Okay, who's next?
Next up.
Is Sahn.
Okay, so I'm glowing with the crowd's glowing, so blending in with the crowd is still pretty effective, right?
Yeah, you guys, you're now crowd
You're
colored
still
and
this-
crowd, like your glow in the dark crowd camouflage, working really well. You just can't go invisible under fairy fire.
It's like a crazy
Right.
rave.
So I wanted to do this stealthily, but I guess that's kind of out of the question now. I would like to force my way up through the edge of the crowd and try and just like slip through the door.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a stealth check.
At disadvantage but advantage because I've got one source of each.
I don't think you have a source of disadvantage. Fairy
Fairy
fire.
fire doesn't
Doesn't-
give
doesn't-
disadvantage on stealth, really?
I don't think so. I think it just makes it that you can't go invisible.
Huh.
I'll double check.
Yeah, why don't you check that real quick? Because that's weird, but it would, I guess, be.
You can still be quiet. You just can't hide very well.
You shed dim light in a 10-foot radius. No, it doesn't give you any. It does. The spell doesn't give you disadvantage on any stealth checks. In some cases, I might impose disadvantage because you're shedding light, but you're amidst a crowd that is itself shedding the exact same light. So you don't have a source of disadvantage.
All right, so I'm going to make a stealth check at advantage for some insane reason.
You're glowing the same color as everyone around you.
Yeah, that
Just happens to be.
bug camouflage.
So my stealth is. That's a stealth of 23.
Okay, so that gets you through the crowd unseen. But once you get up to the steps, you've got to go through the threat range of one of these two guards, which is going to either.
Is there space for me to actually move through there?
There is, but you're going to be going through their threat range. So
Yeah, that's fine.
let's
If I have, can I take my action to dash through and
actually,
into the?
one of them's already used their reaction.
Okay.
So you could.
Yeah,
go
I'm
up
just
to
going to
the
dash
threat.
past him then.
And so up into the cathedral.
Yeah.
You get up into the cathedral, and you see the same thing Ssah'ra does. Ssah'ra's there holding the acolyte by the arms. There's two more armored guardsmen just inside the doors. You see this giant, just black rip in the middle of space up on the dais at the far end of the cathedral.
Okay.
You gonna unload 37 crossbow bolts into it?
Should we even be fighting this? Can I actually? I've used my action to dash, so I don't think I can do
Correct.
anything else right now.
All right, who's next?
After Sahn, we have Benny with Nazirr.
Bernardo.
Question.
Yeah.
How do I unattune an item?
That's something you can do over the course of a short rest.
So it's not something I can do immediately. Like if I threw the spool to Nazirr, I wouldn't unattune it from it.
Correct.
Okay. That definitely guides my action because my conflict is take radiant damage. So
Yeah, you
Benny's
haven't
going
taken
in.
radiant damage yet.
No, but this thing looks very shiny and it was literally in a lighthouse that emitted radiance. So I'm like, I need to not fight this in this state.
Correct. Okay.
And Benny's gonna force his way in to push the guards aside.
Okay, so first thing I need you to do
Uh-huh.
is because Sahn used stealth
It's not
to
use
get through
stealth,
the crowd.
yeah.
How are you going to get through the crowd?
I'm going to try to gently nudge people out of the way with my shield and
Okay.
force my way through that
Are you going to
way.
use an action to disengage?
When I get to the guards up front?
No, going through the crowd. You're standing in the midst of a hostile crowd.
I see. Yes.
Okay, so you're going to disengage,
Mm-hmm.
move your way through the crowd, get up to the stairs.
Yeah, and then just go inside because I've disengaged. If I have movement left.
Well, you're going to end your turn at the base of the stairs because Nerium said you guys were standing about 30 feet away from the stairs. That covers your movement from the crowd to the stairs this turn. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm happy with that.
But yeah, as you're shouldering
don't
your way through this crowd, you
myself.
realize that tempers are high and people are this close to storming the stairs, and things are going to be very, very bad when that happens. Who's
Well,
next?
Not knowing what's in there, Benny's probably trying to encourage them.
Who's next?
Nazirr with white.
Nazirr.
Yes, sir. Me without a short rest.
I wasn't expecting you to pull the trigger on this encounter just yet, but okay. I was
I feel
expecting
like
you
it
guys
was kind
to
of
go-
encouraged, actually.
I
feel
thought I was encouraging you all to go back and take a long rest, but I'm just the DM.
Yeah.
What do I know?
I feel like we'd have the exact same encounter if we had gone to 14. So
So yeah, what's Nazirr doing?
Nazirr is going to cast Skywrite. To form clouds that say the words "Go home."
Not throw down the bitch queen or whatever. it was.
No,
What
nothing.
does the
nothing
Umberlee
so,
have to do with this?
nothing so provocative.
Okay. So you make a giant notice in the clouds. Go home. Return to your homes. Disperse.
Yeah.
Okay. And are you staying put out there in the crowd?
Very Steve Martin-esque. I'm sticking with Benedict.
So you move up to the crowd, but you
Yeah.
didn't disengage. So Nazirr,
Sir,
I have a 13 to hit you.
that doesn't hit me.
Okay. As the crowd are jostling against each other, and some of the men and women in the crowd are turning against each other. These are scared, panicked people that are not receiving any help from the cathedral. And then a snake woman showed up, and then Nerium was like, "Hey, let's all storm the gates." That's starting to happen, and you find moving through the crowd to be very, very difficult. Nobody's literally attacking you or trying to drag a hold of you, but just getting through this mosh pit is very, very tricky. So you managed to get what?
Sorry, I have a finish. I thought you were finished. I'm going to say something at the end.
You thought I was finished? I was still talking.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Nazirr, you're not grappled by the crowd, so you manage to shoulder your way up and get to the base of the stairs where Benedict is standing.
Yeah.
And that's the end of your turn?
Yeah, that's it. That's all I can do.
Who's next?
I have a question.
Yes.
Does my aura of courage do anything to the crowd? As
No,
I move
absolutely
through it?
nothing. Who's next?
Okay, cool.
A white token with the mob because it's not a crowd anymore.
Fair enough. Okay. Both guardsmen are going to leave Benny and Nazir's threat ranges because they've been just tasked to walk off to the west.
Yes.
I don't need to do it now.
Okay.
By all means, go right ahead.
The acolyte on the inside is going to try to break the grapple on Ssah'ra. That's going to be a 14 to break the grapple. You need to roll a strength athletics check.
No, it's a 29. I'm using all my 20s on things I don't need them on.
Excellent. So the guardsmen walk down the stairs and off to the west, leaving the route to the door open. And then who's next after that?
They can make that save again.
Against what?
It's a wisdom saving throw, DC 17.
That's 2 fails.
Okay, well, next turn they continue going west.
Okay.
Right out of this encounter.
Is it now the crowd's turn?
It is the mob's turn, yes.
Part of the mob descends on these guardsmen. And normally you would think that untrained, unarmed, panicky mob would not be able to do much in a short amount of time against men wearing plate armor. But these guys are really easy to hit because they've been fairy fired.
Well, it's the 100 farmers with pitchforks to take down a level 20 dragon.
These guys don't have
Right.
pitchforks, though. Some of them maybe have folding fans or opera glasses because they all came here from the theater district. But no, the 2 guardsmen get dragged to the ground under the weight of some of the crowd. And most of the other crowd are coming up the stairs, swarming behind Benny and Nazirr. So anybody who doesn't get up into the cathedral before the crowd takes their next action is going to be swept up inside of the crowd as people start storming the doors and coming into the cathedral. Who's next?
It's Nerium.
Nerium.
Nerium is going to approach Benny and Nazirr.
Okay. you
I'm
gonna-
not disengaging.
Okay, so I'm going to give the crowd a chance to grapple you. That is a 7 to hit.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
So how far in from the? We're basically at the base of the stairs, is my understanding, where the guards were.
If you approach up where Benny and Nazirr are standing, then yes, that's exactly where they are.
Well, that's like the extent of. All right, can I see into the building to teleport in?
Yeah, the doors are slightly open because Ssah'ra and Sahn just pushed their way in a few moments ago.
All right, I'm going ahead.
You blip in,
Bonus action to blip in.
you bamf,
Yeah.
you bamf in. You know what? What are you? This is going to be very important. What are you using to teleport? Like, what are you actually doing?
My face step.
What
It's
is
not a spell. It's
what does
a
face step say
racial
that you're
feature.
doing?
As a bonus action, you can teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see.
So it's
You
not
can use
it's
this-
not themed or skinned at all. It just says teleport.
Yeah.
So to me, the name face step implies that you're like stepping sideways through the Feywild. Does that make sense?
I mean, sure.
Well, it's your call. It's your class feature. If you don't want it that way,
I mean, that's as good as explanation as any.
okay. Nerium, sidestepping into this place, it functions. You get there, you arrive where you thought you were going, but you feel very disoriented. Like you're experiencing a lot of vertigo as you step out the other side inside the cathedral. You feel for a moment just wobbly and drained. And then the sensation passes, but it feels like nothing you've ever felt having used this feature in the past.
Okie dokie.
Is that the end of Nerium's turn?
No, that was my bonus action.
That's your bonus action.
Who is in the?
As an
how many-
action, I'll let you make
Yeah.
an Arcana check if you would like to try to make sense of that sensation before it fades entirely away.
Sure.
Okay, so this is your action. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check. You're trained in Arcana, right?
I am not trained in Arcana.
Oh, then you can't make an Arcana check. Never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm not used to having players that aren't trained in Arcana.
Listen, Nerium is not a nerd. That's for the nerds.
Gotcha. No, perfect sense. 100% with you.
Yeah. Who all's in the like? How many people are in the room?
Ssah'ra is there holding the acolyte. There are 2 armed guards on either side of the door. Sahn has just come into the door. You've teleported a little farther into the room than them.
Uh-huh.
And that's it. As far as you
No-
can tell, it's just them and this end of the room, and then at the far end of the room upon the dais is this big open hole in the universe.
Like the dais, like dedicated to one of the gods, one of the like the Pegasus or the unicorn.
Yeah, this is right in the space where like the head priest would stand to like give mass or preach a sermon or something of that nature.
Okay.
So we're doing an action.
Oh, I dropped that. I dropped that spell. Shoot. I was gonna throw a dispel magic. Try to throw a dispel magic at it to see if it did anything, and it. I don't have that spell anymore.
Okay.
Let's see. Instead, let's. Can I use my action to look for to just examine the rent in space?
No, because you're not standing close enough to it. It's at the far end of the room.
It's not like sucking or anything like that. It's just there.
Not from what you can
Like,
tell.
there's no. Okay, cool. In that case, I'm going to dash a little forward.
So dash to the far end of the room.
Yes, with the exception of if I feel like any pulling force or anything like that, I will stop.
Doesn't seem like the hole is having any physical effect on the room that you're in. However, as you approach the hole, you start seeing shapes on the other side of it and start to make out the actual space that you're seeing.
Uh-huh.
And it looks like a dark stone corridor.
Okay.
Who's next?
After Nerium, it is Ssah'ra with pink.
Ssah'ra, you are holding the acolyte.
The hell is that? So we can see through the portal?
You can't. You haven't approached any closer than the door of the cathedral yet. And when you call out, what the hell is that? The acolyte and neither of the guardsmen answer.
Well, the acolyte seemed as surprised as I was, so.
So what do you know?
Yeah, I guess she will, she's going to drag the acolyte closer to the portal?
Okay. He fights you
how far-
every motion. But you can take him the full 30 feet if you want.
How far away am I from the portal?
Probably 60 feet or so, I would say, the length of this room. I don't have an internal map of the cathedral, but just ballparking it, probably 60 feet. So Nerium probably closed half the distance on her turn.
Okay. So there's a dragon outside. There's a crowd attacking all sorts of things.
Yeah, it's a rough night.
And we found the dark portal. Well, whenever you're going into new territory, you need a guide. So Ssah'ra is going to yell out to Nerium to get everybody else in here, and then she's going to approach the portal.
So you need to dash to do that.
I do, but I don't. So I want to do something really stupid.
Finally.
Yeah, we've had enough of this lawful good, Ssah'ra.
Yeah, so we got this guy grappled.
Yep.
We're gonna move our 30 feet, and then we have this wonderful psi-powered leap ability.
Okay.
So we can use a bonus action to gain a flying speed equal to twice my walking speed until the end of my current turn.
Okay.
So we're going to use that to go through the portal.
Excellent. So let's go ahead and remove Ssah'ra from the initiative list.
All right, I can do that.
Carrying the acolyte with her.
No, I understood.
Okay.
I was really hoping that it was a circular portal, but the other side was square, and she just goes smack right into the wall.
It's just like Wile E. Coyote painted a portal on the back of the church. Who's next after Ssah'ra, who gets no more turns?
That was pink.
Okay. Who's still standing outside? Just Benny and Nazirr, right?
And Noose.
And Noose. I will let anybody still outside use their reaction to make a perception check.
Noose will.
I'll take it.
Okay.
What is your perception?
28.
15 for Noose.
Okay. Did Benny make it?
Benny will decline to make
Okay.
use his reaction.
Looking out over the crowd, you see several people suddenly stop motion, suddenly stop moving. They were moving either towards the stairs or getting into a scuffle with one of their neighbors. They suddenly stop and look up in the direction of the dragon, and then they fade away like ghosts. They're still there, but they're transparent. And at that, Noose is going to make the executive decision to leave this adventure to y'all.
I suspected that, which is why I didn't think he needed to go into setup. All right. Well, he was next, and so he bails.
Okay. After pink, it's now Sahn's turn.
I want to magically inspect this portal as my action.
So you've got to close the distance at least 30 feet first.
Okay.
You want to make an Arcana check or investigation?
Arcana.
Investigation would give you like information about the.
No, I'm gonna do Arcana.
Okay, go ahead and make an Arcana check.
That's an Arcana of 11.
Okay. Coming to visit this place, you had heard that there was an opening, there was a shadow crossing here, a door into the Shadowfell. And then
Mhm.
Nerium surmised that that might mean that this place's connection to the Feywild would be weaker than other places where you've went. You have no idea what this portal is or where it came from or what opened it, but it doesn't have the feel of either to you.
Okay.
Is that it for Sahn?
Yeah.
Who's next?
After Sahn, you're not gonna move or anything. Just checking.
I use my movement to get closer to investigate the portal.
Oh, right. Benny. With
Benny
Nazirr.
will enter,
You enter the cathedral, you see the same stuff everybody else saw.
and he'll just kind of look at it a little bit stunned and go, "Oh, well, that's what it looks like. I was all wrong." Because he's been trying to locate object this like 4 times. And then he'll just sort of casually approach it.
Okay.
I don't need to move my token. Using the dash action, but like,
Okay.
Yeah.
Nazirr,
he's not in a hurry.
is it also your inclination to enter the cathedral this round?
Yes.
Okay. Then what I'm going to do is come off initiative there. I actually need everybody to lower their curtain if you don't mind. And then we'll
Yeah.
go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel, whatever you need to do. You know, giant, endless bowl of Cheetos, whatever kind of problem solver you are. Let's
I
reconvene.
swear to God, if we lift this curtain and we're back in Barovia or something, so help me
I'm
God,
pulling
bro.
over. I'm pulling. I'm leaving. I am leaving.
Razanir has left the game. That's all you'll see. All right, deep dish pizza.
Welcome
Hooray.
back to
That's
Silver Bow. Let's reconvene
Yeah.
at 4:45.
All right, cheers, yo.
Treble, why did you put that thought in my head? You monster.
There we go. Delicious deep dish pizza. Did Mott draw this Treble?
My dogs, though.
Dogs being obnoxious.
No, just one of them's being obnoxious. The other one's always perfect.
Dog's got a dog, right?
Why is giving birth called delivery and not takeout? Just checking those front page immigrant memes.
I mean, valid.
You're a weird one, Charlie Brown.
It wasn't my meme. I didn't write it. It was Worf from Star Trek. This is McDohl's fault. I blame
Worf
all
from
Star
Trek, huh?
I blame all Star Trek memes on McDohl. They're all retroactively his fault.
I mean, you're probably not wrong about that, to be honest.
That's the resident Trekkie.
Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows.
Okay, sorry. I'm back. Phew, hopefully you weren't waiting on me.
Doesn't seem like it.
We're waiting on Destil and Chris at this point.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Now, McDohl, I promised that
Now
I
me.
wasn't going to switch this into a Ravenloft campaign, but you have to. There must be a small part of yourself that is ready to look behind this curtain and see Castle Ravenloft.
I'm going to look behind this curtain and I'm going to see not Castle Ravenloft, but I'm going to see Castle Veritas.
It'll just say Castle, not Ravenloft.
One of the best Stephen King films is I can't remember the name of it now, but it had John Cusack. He was in an evil hotel room, like room 1408 or something, I think.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, excellent movie, fantastic movie. I haven't read the actual book it's based on, but the movie's fantastic. And there's this great scene towards the end. He spends the whole movie trying to get out of this evil hotel room, and he finally gets out, and he like goes back to his life, and he like writes a book about it because the main character is like a depressed author because it's a Stephen King book.
That's
Because
short story, by the way, not a book.
Right. But yeah, he goes about his life, and he gets his life together, and he like quits drinking, and he's like gets back together with his estranged wife, and he writes a book about his experiences, and he's going down to the post office to mail his manuscript to his publisher, and the post office starts falling apart all around him, and he's still in the room. He never got out.
oh no!
Oh wow.
So we're what I'm saying is we're still playing the last campaign, McDohl.
That makes sense. No, that tracks.
Actually, in Stephen King's book On Writing, he has a fun section where he like is talking about like his writing process, and he uses Room 1408 as an example of it. And like he was writing it, and he doesn't like workshop character names. He just kind of comes up with them in the moment. And he came up with a character name for this guy. And then I scratched it out, and gave him a much shorter name because I knew I was going to be recording the audiobook for this, and I didn't want to say that long ass name like 400 times.
I'm back.
Welcome back to Ravenloft, Chris.
Yeah, we're going back.
Yay!
We never left.
Happy birthday, McDohl.
Oh, it's
God,
not really your
Brick Road.
birthday. We're still in room 1408.
Oh no!
Oh no.
It's still 2020, bitches. We're all in lockdown.
Oh god, I would
Oh.
hate that.
Thank God, I missed lockdown.
I kind of do too, in a weird way.
What is wrong with you people? It was awful.
No, it's terrible.
For me, it was great.
That was the only time in my life when I needed therapy. That's why I went to therapy for lockdown. That's what I did.
I haven't really left lockdown. I just got a remote job.
So Destil's living
Only my house.
the eternal 2020.
I don't live in my house. I go to the game store to play Magic once a week, and I wear a mask when I do.
Fair enough.
As you should. COVID's still going around.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and you can go ahead and lift your.
Treble's not back yet for what's worth.
Oh God, it's Silver Bow.
I'm here.
I already
you
made
are
that
back.
joke.
Okay.
Oh,
Now, McDohl, you've got to be ready for the fact that when I start using the Lens of Truth to erase parts of this blackout map, that's just going to reveal Castle Ravenloft.
No, it's gonna be Castle. It's gonna be Castle Veritas.
That's a mighty good void you got there.
I did
Yeah, it's
promise
real
that
dark.
I was never going to pull a switcheroo like that again. Like, I got that out of my system. But I'm also a consummate liar. Like, I
Yeah, I was
You
gonna
are
say,
a
do we believe
really
you?
big liar.
The one thing I remember from playing Mafia with Brick is the only thing he's good at is lying.
All right. Ssah'ra, you came through
Yeah.
first, holding the acolyte. up in this top right corner is where we're going to start festivities. So you step through the portal up here, which is located on the inside of an alcove. You can't see what's at the back of the alcove because when you look back, you're looking back through this bright open portal out into the well-lit cathedral hall. But you slither through holding the acolyte, and he's freaking out a little bit. And then, after a few moments, he starts to calm down.
Do you know where we are?
He clears his throat. We're in a series of catacombs beneath the cathedral. He kind of looks around confusedly at his surroundings, and then a few moments later, the rest of these nerds start piling through the portal one at a time.
Well, I guess that means we're safe from the dragon for now, yes?
I couldn't rightly say. Will you let go of me now?
No, Ssah'ra will let go of him.
Okay. He claims that he needs to go back and tend to the crowd and try to get things back under control.
Oh, that's a bad idea. I think they were about to storm the castle, so to speak.
Bad idea or otherwise, that's his remit. That's one of the duties he is given.
Is the bishop down here?
Is what?
Is the bishop down here?
He wouldn't imagine why the bishop would be down here.
Well, I take it you've seen these portals before. I'm assuming this is the bishop's doing, yes?
He's never seen a portal like this in his life. That's what was freaking him out so badly.
No, figured maybe the bishop did this to try and save everybody.
He has no idea. He couldn't say, but he's going to go back and try to get a handle on the crowd again and try to minimize damage without letting anybody storm into the cathedral, which is going to happen in another minute or so.
Oh, of course. Ssah'ra will warn him that it's a bad idea, that he's probably going to get overrun if he does, and he's better off staying with us. But he's free to do as he wishes.
Oh, yeah, no, he's going to
Hey.
go back.
Oh, yeah, why did the unicorn go with you?
Better that the crowds out there don't end up in whatever this is. And Benny waves his hands around.
So the acolyte told Ssah'ra that it's catacombs beneath the cathedral.
We found the downstairs.
If he's telling the truth.
I guess Ssah'ra will light up a torch if nobody has any sort of magic light.
Okay.
And let's take a look at what's behind door number 1.
So
Not this.
catacomb here has a door here, a stone door, and then has a long hallway up in the north. You kind of have a fork in the road, immediately speaking.
So I'm not seeing any map. I'm just seeing like a black square.
Oh,
Oh,
can see it.
reload the map.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, I can
Yep.
see it.
Yeah, you should be able to see it.
How do I reload things?
Disconnect and reconnect.
That works. Yep.
unplug it, plug it back in.
Hey, Benny.
Yep.
Can I see your shield?
Sure. He hands it over, or he points it at you, I guess, because
I touch it and cast light on it. Because
Good
I picked up the light cantrip when we hit
Yeah.
level 10.
he
Oh,
looks at you
good.
and says, "Could you always do this?"
Yes.
You bitch.
Sahn will strike a torch and double its brightness.
Okay.
In one of his small hands.
So you
Benny,
you've
let's
got a
check the
door
north
on the
route
south,
first.
and you've got a north passage up top.
Yep, you got it.
You want to go
I
north
mean,
first?
no
And
longer using my perception and dark vision.
We like this is a marching order.
Yeah,
I can
seems
move
good.
forward to give space. Yeah, this is fine.
And you come down this long, long tunnel that ends
Watch out, Benny. There's probably traps.
in another stone door.
How far does the light spell go? 40 feet?
But my torch is 60.
These are
Oh,
5
then
foot
do I need
squares.
this? Okay,
It's
Like,
2020.
Okay, well, Benny will move forward, however far it takes for him to hit the first trap.
Ssah'ra is going to wait for Benny to trigger the obvious traps.
No, that's your job.
You don't run into any traps, but you manage to come all the way to the end of the hallway where there is another stone door.
Nothing along this wall, though. Yeah, like it's just featureless stone blocks. I'm assuming.
Yeah, correct. It just looks like a back back hallway area.
Is there anything that would indicate that this is actually the basement of the cathedral? Like any sort of like mural or anything on any wall, like any sort of like whatever the decorative filigree is that you have on like corners and stuff.
Catacombs.
You
so
have
to
the
say.
Molding, I think it's called.
You have the acolyte's word for it. If you want to believe him or not is up to you.
Okay, that's all I need to know. I opened the store.
Okay.
That's probably wise.
None of the lights down here are actually lit, but you see sconces on that correspond on the map here. So there are torch sconces in the wall. There are braziers along the section. There might have been a time in the past where this room was much more commonly used than now, because it looks like it could be a big meeting hall or a congregation area or something.
Are these
I just-
altars or crypts?
I'll get to that right now.
So I just want to comment that like when I opened the door, Ssah'ra moved her piece back, and in the horror escape room yesterday, I was the door opener for everybody else who stepped back. And I'm having flashbacks.
You know what? I need a judgment. I need a judgment from our escape room aficionados in earshot. Okay, we lost our escape room on Friday because the puzzle was we found a stethoscope, and there was a part on like the furniture that was perfectly shaped to put the stethoscope on, and it had like an ear on it, like drawn on it. It was very clear. You put the stethoscope there and listen for something, right? I listened. I didn't hear
Right.
nothing. Two of my friends listened. Nobody heard anything. We sat there for probably a full minute each. Maybe not quite that long, but long enough to verify we weren't hearing anything. So, okay, needed the puzzle solved before something would start making a sound. No problem. But there was no puzzle behind it, and we lost the room. And when she came through to explain what we lost, she said, what you have to do is put the stethoscope against the wall here. And then you hear tapping inside. And then she demonstrated it was like a tap code to open up some other. Like, we didn't hear anything. And she says, well, in order to hear it, everything has to be completely silent and nobody can be talking because it's that quiet.
That's an unrealistic expectation.
That's
I
that's-
thought so too. Like, the room
Yeah.
didn't beat us fairly. Surely not. Anyway.
I don't think that's very fair.
Yeah, we lost our room because of that.
Oh no. Game over, Mario.
Gross. I don't like the squares in this room. Like our tile.
Yeah, I don't know which squares am I supposed to be on.
Here, hold on a
Like the
second.
white ones?
These are 5 foot
bigger
squares, but the tiles in this room have like 2.5 foot squares.
Oh god. Oh, this is
Yeah.
gonna be this is gonna be
Like this
violence.
is a square, this is
Fine.
etc.
We have Tom Kartos to thank for this map. He made that decision. Good
Yeah,
old.
so we're like
Actually,
in this
I
big.
think I don't know. Actually, maybe the 5 foot squares are intended to be the. This would be a really big room if the tinier squares were 5 feet, though.
No, these are 5 foot squares. The white lines are 5 foot squares.
Yeah.
So each of these little tiles are 2.5
Oh.
feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just there's some tile work on the map.
I'm
Yeah, it's
sorry.
basically-
I thought you added the white lines to make it align with the. I
No,
didn't
no.
realize. Okay,
Tom Kartos put those white lines there.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
But
Okay.
Yeah, that
so
would-
each 5 foot square has 4 square tiles in it.
Be as big as me.
So looking at the alcoves here, each alcove has a raised stone platform inside of it. On the front is a small place where offerings might be set. At best, you see like an empty copper dish or something. There's no actual offerings left out. Up in the alcoves, you see suits of armor, similar to the ones that the guardsmen were wearing upstairs, on display. No weapons, just suits of plate armor with ornamentation of feathers and unicorn horns.
Oh man, I have this silly ability that I never use.
I'm sure the armor's going to come to life and attack us. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if I can detect that. Where is this divine sense? There we go. Benny's gonna stand in the middle of the room right here, and then do I affect anything affected by the Hallow spell, or is a celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover?
No, Ssah'ra's little pet cube is an ooze.
I don't have to detect that. I have my nose to detect
It
that.
doesn't smell like anything.
Hey, my
It's
cube
gelatinous
smells like
skin.
lavender.
What? Isn't it like an acid ooze? Should smell like citrus.
It
Okay,
deals
well, I
lavender
tried
damage.
that.
Yeah, you don't detect
That's right.
anything celestial, fiend, undead.
Okay. Then you'll say, I don't know if animated armor counts as undead, but it's not fiendish.
At the far end of the room, you see two spiral landings, staircases going up. They don't seem to go anywhere. They just go up to the second landing, and then the passage above them is bricked off.
So it's these right here.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you can climb those stairs up. What is that, like 15 feet or so? But there's not. They don't actually seem to go anywhere.
Why don't we see if one of these suits of armor is hiding a passageway? Did any of the offerings look fresh or recent?
There's not any offerings actually sitting out. One or two of the spots might have like an empty copper bowl where offerings could be received, but there's no offerings placed out. None of the sconces actually have torches. None of the braziers actually have coal inside of them. The room seems to be in utter disuse.
I mean, Benny will look around to see if they're waiting for him to step forward and activate the obvious trap.
Okay. Where would you like to step
And
to activate
then-
the obvious trap?
Right here.
Okay, you step there.
Okay.
Is there any plaques or anything on the plinths, I guess?
No, but Benny and Ssah'ra, go ahead and give me investigation checks.
3.
Yay! That's 24.
That's way better than 3. Ssah'ra,
It is.
checking out this armor, because you were wondering maybe there's a passage behind one of these suits of armor. The armor is laced together with leather straps rather than having any kind of inside skeletal structure holding them up, and then kind of hung from this armor rack. And looking at the armor, you didn't get that good of a look at the armor the guys were wearing upstairs, and you didn't fight with them either. But this looks like an older, rougher form of it. Like the metal seems thicker, heavier. The color blended into the metal doesn't seem to have taken hold as much. The adornments look a little bit different. This looks like an older model of the same suit of armor.
Oh God, do we go back in time again?
Again, when only Nerium went back in time, and not yet.
Moving the armor or trying to take it off the stand.
I mean, if you wanted to spend a few minutes, you could start undoing these leather straps and take the individual pieces of plate down, or you could just start slicing through them. But you don't see anything behind the place where a doorway could be.
And these aren't like tape or coffins or anything that lift up.
No,
just, like, solid
they're
pieces.
just stone display pieces.
Okay.
Well, let's keep going. Do.
So she'll check each of them and work her way to this area.
Pretty much the same. The only difference is that a couple of them, the size of the armor is different for each one. These are each fitted suits. Some seem like they are made for more feminine forms than masculine. But other than that, nothing out of the ordinary. And the room does end in another stone door between the two staircases.
Oh, there's a door here. Okay.
Oh,
So
that's the
the-
door here. Okay.
Yep.
But I do kind of want to look at these walls. Like, is there a secret back here? Like, why does it end like this? That seems
The stairs just go up, and you just find brickwork there, as though the passage and halfway through the staircase has been bricked over. So it's easy to imagine on the other side of this wall is a mothballed passage inside the cathedral.
Yeah, so I was gonna take her hammer and hit the bricks a little bit to see how sturdy they are.
Oh, they're sturdy because they're bricks.
And he just runs his hand over it.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna take some serious
Yeah.
work or some serious magic to undo this brickwork.
He says, I'm no dwarf, but this looks like it's been done long ago and done right. So I guess we're going through this door.
Unless we want to spend time picking away at the brick. I do got my
I
pick.
would like to do a quick check on the door for any ambient magic.
The door's not radiating any magic so far. Nothing is.
Okay.
In we go.
Benny, you have perceptions.
So
Okay.
at the end of another 10-foot hallway or so is a wooden door, and underneath the crack of this door is the glow of lamplight or torchlight on the other side.
Ooh, I don't know how to douse the light on my shield. I don't think I can. Right, I'd have to cover it with like a blanket.
Yeah, you throw your cloak over it.
He'll point the shield towards this direction, but he's gonna listen at the door.
I would suggest get out of the of the line when he opens the door.
Give me a perception check.
Where's that percentage?
Take it.
That's not bad. 15?
15? You hear some shuffling, some motion on the other side of the door. There's somebody in the room beyond moving around.
He motions that and mouths it to Nazirr.
You guys might not want to stand there in case the lightning bolt comes through.
In case the
Nazirr
lightning bolts
nods.
come through.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does anybody have Mage Hand?
I can transaction it open, yeah.
Okay. Well, Benny will step out of the way.
All right, so I'll use transaction to open the door.
Okay.
I have Mage Hand's incredibly older brother.
Oh, yeah. You have a really big hand.
You use big hand to open up the door and look into the room beyond. The door opens, and immediately you see the warm light on the inside. Somebody's placed torch sconces into the wall. And then after a second or two, a woman wearing acolyte's robes peeks around the corner, poking her torch out. Hello? Who goes?
Ooh, it's the ghost of the catacombs, Nerium says.
Hello.
Neri, do you call out that it's the ghost of the catacombs?
Yes, I do.
Benny is content to listen, and then he looks at everybody around him not listening and goes, Why? Why?
Ssah'ra just slithers
The
forward.
woman here, looks confused for a moment, then sees the heavily armored snake woman slithering down the hall, and she reaches forward, grabs the door, and pulls it back closed.
Ssah'ra will open the door.
Okay. And on the other side, this woman is very scared because you're a monster person and you're armed, and apparently you've got a ghost with you. But human woman, she's holding a torch, middle-aged or so, gray and wrinkled.
Calm down. There's a dragon outside.
There's a what?
It's some giant dragon of lights flying around outside, putting everyone to sleep.
Who
We
are
came to the
you
church.
people? How did you get down here?
Through the doorway.
When you
Big-
say
big
through
by
the
portal?
doorway, because when you come into the room, there's this center. It looks actually less like a room and more like a hallway that goes in these multiple directions. You're on the opposite wall of these stairs, right? So in front of you is just a wall as you come through the door. When you say through the doorway, she looks back behind her in this direction. What are the rest of you doing out there?
Zir's coming up behind her, trying to find out who the hell she's talking to.
Okay.
Sahn's just standing here.
Okay.
He's not doing anything particular.
Nerium is still making ghost noises.
Benny is still shrugging at we had a perfect opportunity to listen. Why?
Who are you?
She's holding the torch and looking at the two of you. I suppose I'm the one asking the questions. You're trespassing.
We're in the basement of the cathedral, right? In the catacombs?
At this moment, by the way, Ssah'ra, you're not glowing off with your pure virginal glow. You were
Oh,
Has the
upstairs.
fairy fire worn off?
No, it hasn't.
Okay.
Oh.
At least one of you has fairy fire trained, don't you? Or on your
Sahn, I think, has it.
No, I don't know.
Let me double check because it might be
But
on my
the
spell
druid, it's
list.
on the druid
It
list.
is on the druid list.
It's on the
yeah.
druid and bard list, but I don't have it currently.
Yeah, so Nazirr, you would notice then that it's strange because that spell, even though you don't have it available to cast at the moment, usually only lasts for a minute. However, the effect on your party members is persistent. They're still glowing.
Well, this better go away, or else I'm never gonna fall asleep again.
So who's it's Benny and who else was glowing?
Benny
I'm
has
glowing.
it.
Benny and Sahn are both glowing. Yeah, that is persistent.
Well, then he's gonna stay here.
Ssah'ra,
Ssah'ra.
what's your passive insight?
14.
14. Conversing with this woman, she doesn't have a lot of courage, and you can tell that she's afraid of you and Nazirr. However, she has the strength of religious zealotry on her side.
Ssah'ra will explain that they came through a portal that the bishop clearly opened to help the people escape the dragon. And so they came through first to make sure the passage was safe, and they found themselves here.
I haven't heard anything about any portal. Which bishop?
Ssah'ra will say whoever the bishop of the city is.
You know the archbishop's name.
Yeah, that guy.
Archbishop Norqual.
Surely he's the one who made the portal for the people to escape, yes? It was in the middle of the church.
Glancing at Nazirr, back and forth between the two of you. You know this. You know that the archbishop created a portal.
Well, we know there was a giant portal in the middle of the church, and there were people outside trying to escape the dragon.
Why would the archbishop make a portal in the cathedral's main hall down into the catacombs? I think you're lying.
To try and save the people. Go upstairs and check.
She holds her torch, and she makes a big show of planting her feet to the ground. So I can't allow you to go any further.
Well, let's try to walk this way.
Nazirr, this woman's going to leave your threat range.
I will allow that.
So by the time you get here, she's taking up position in front of the stairs. Because when you do get here, Ssah'ra, what's your passive perception?
Passive perception is 14.
Glancing up you got these stone stairs that go up. They're very narrow. They press in very closely. And at the top of them is not a door or a doorway. It looks like just a crack of light. It's clearly a secret door in one of the rooms on one of the other cathedral floors. But this woman is not going to let you up them.
Come on, let's go upstairs.
So I won't let
If
you go
you-
any further than that. You nor any of your friends.
Then where should we go?
Back through the portal, back to where you came from.
That's one-way portal, I'm afraid.
You don't know that. Actually,
No, I don't.
Actually, you know for a fact it's the opposite. So I'm going to go ahead and increment your lie counter that I'm keeping track of.
Are you wearing the thing? I just assume she's just terrible. Nobody believes her on anything.
Oh, you're not wearing your little lie detector?
I forget what the purpose of that lie detector was. I gotta be
The
honest.
purpose was because the original encounter was you were going to have to go through customs and tell these people you weren't pirates. And then Nerium was like, no, let's pretend to be a princess.
What is my counter up to?
I have you all at 2 because you had to lie at the person going through princess customs. And then you all said you were taking your things off.
No, I'm wearing mine.
Okay.
I just haven't lied.
is Ssah'ra wearing hers? Because you know the portal's 2-way because you watched the acolyte go back through it. The one that you were strong-arming earlier.
I don't know why she would be wearing it. I guess that's what I'm lost. That's what I forget. I forget why she would want to wear one at this point.
Fair enough.
Well, then don't be
Well,
wearing it.
you're still
Yeah.
lying to this woman, and she's still not going to get out of your way.
So Ssah'ra will try to take her by the arm and say, "Okay, fine, come look at the portal. Come on."
You're going to try to grapple her?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get that opposed check.
And he's gonna try and lean over to this.
Actually, let's roll
"Can you knock
initiative."
her out?"
Ooh, that's a good roll. She has God on her side.
Well, Ssah'ra doesn't.
God, an anime? We're rolling initiative. Is that what you said?
Yeah, because Ssah'ra's going to do
Oh.
something violent against this nun.
Noose isn't here. I don't have to roll.
I would say violent necessarily.
You're trying to grapple her against her will. That's assault.
That's a crime.
If you don't
Only
think
battery.
so, if you don't think so, go into any government building and just start grapple random people.
Listen. People in churches grab each other all the time.
Go up behind some dude in subway, put him in a headlock, and then tell him, "I'm not being violent."
Chris, what you're describing is also still a crime.
Who's at the top of the order?
Nerium.
Nerium. So you hear what's going on in the other room, and Ssah'ra's already strong-armed one acolyte. So you're aware that that Ssah'ra's about to like put this nun in an arm lock and drag her over to the portal.
Yeah. Let's see.
Prompto, do not eat my hairbrush. What the hell are you doing? Sorry.
15,
But
20.
hairbrushes are delicious.
Dog was dogging.
Good job.
I need I'm using the choker
Yeah.
to cast suggestion.
Okay.
And I need a wisdom saving throw from her.
She is
Your
disinclined to
DC's
find you attractive.
Okay.
She's
well, I mean,
married
that
to
doesn't.
God.
But I am also playing. Is this a charm effect? Hold on. Yeah, it's a charm effect. I'm also playing the magical like loot that I have, so she also gets disadvantage on this because that is an effect.
That's an
on
11.
Okay. My suggestion is that she just lays down on the ground and takes a nap for the next. How long does the spell last? 8 hours.
Does suggestion have to sound reasonable?
I think you can't suggest something, do something suicidal. but
Let
that
me
might be it.
see.
Yeah,
Creatures
reasonable
can-
is literally.
I'm going to say that's an obviously harmful act because she thinks Ssah'ra is going to hurt her. So telling her to
Oh,
lay
okay.
down in front of Ssah'ra and just let this happen is obviously harmful.
All right.
So that suggestion's going to fail.
Okay. Well, we will do it that way, and we can blame this on Ssah'ra.
Yes, definitely blame it on Ssah'ra. Is that the end of Nerium's turn?
Ssah'ra's not going to hurt her.
Again, grappling somebody against their will is assault.
She is lawful good.
So is this nun. Nerium, is that it?
You can willing creature. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Who's next?
it. After Nerium, it is the nun.
Okay. This part's fun. Ssah'ra,
Nuns are fun.
I have
Yeah.
a 17 to hit you.
That's a miss.
And she
She's
just
gonna
starts
bonk you.
battering your armor ineffectually with this torch because she knows you're about to grab hold of her. So, yeah, Nerium, this is just the saddest display you've ever seen. This woman is 50-something years old. She's all toothpicks, and she's just bonking Ssah'ra's armor. Who's next?
After the nun, it's Sahn.
Sahn?
Can I restrain? All right, well, I have to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Can I restrain Ssah'ra?
Gonna move through the staircase like that?
Oh yeah, you're right. I can probably get to like here then. Sorry, I thought I could walk under it.
It's up to Ssah'ra whether Ssah'ra wants to allow you
Well, I
to
mean, I
restrain
can't
him.
get close enough to a restrainer now, so
Okay.
I'll just dash and stand here and say, Ssah'ra, we don't need to assault these people.
The nun
We're
would
not
agree with that, but also
We're
you're
not
another...
assaulting her. I'm gonna show her the portal.
Is that it for Sahn?
Yeah.
Scary Bugman? Okay, who's next?
After the Bugman, it is Ssah'ra, followed by Benny.
Okay, so you're going to grapple this woman?
Well, she wants to give her a choice. She says, "I'm going to show you the portal.
Oh,
I can either drag you."
it's very clear. She's not going to move from this spot. 'Cause if you move from this spot, you have access up these stairs. She doesn't want you to go past this point. So no, she's
Yeah,
not.
then Ssah'ra will grab her and toss her over her shoulder.
All right, go ahead and make me that strength athletics check. You don't have to roll particularly high.
That's a 24.
Yeah, 24 will do it. So before long, you've got this woman up over your shoulder, and she's just beating on the back of your armor with her fists. Her torch goes clattering to the ground. So you want to carry her over to the portal?
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Okay. So we'll come off initiative now. For now. Until the big monsters show up.
Yeah, so I mean, Ssah'ra is clearly not injuring this poor woman.
She's not happy about what's happening.
That's fine.
Benny puts his shackles in hand as Ssah'ra comes by, and then he sees this poor old woman and he thinks better of it.
No amount of you explaining to the poor old woman you're kidnapping will make her feel better about the situation.
When Ssah'ra gets to the portal,
Okay.
she will place the woman gently down so that she can stand there and look at it.
And when you get back to the portal, at this point, the two guardsmen from the room have taken up position on the other side of it, still in the cathedral hall. And looking through, you just see the carnage of this mob that has broken into the cathedral, tearing down tapestries, overturning pews. Some people are just trying to get their injured parties to safe haven, but they're in full run of the room. But anytime one of them approaches the dark portal that you all went through, one of these guardsmen just smacks them back down. They're barking orders, but people are just not listening. And this woman, she just gasps, throws her hands up over her mouth, and then clasps her hands together in silent prayer, mumbling to herself.
Do you think you can stop the guards and let them through?
So what are you asking her to do, I guess?
So Ssah'ra is asking if she would like to go try and tell the guards to stand down so that the people can escape, or does she want to do something else now that she's seen what's going on?
No,
like, let us through the staircase.
Has no authority to tell the guards to do anything. And under no circumstances does she want this angry, violent mob to come down here into the catacombs. This portal's actual existence has entirely flabbergasted her.
In that case, Ssah'ra will shrug and say, well, then I guess we're going to go up the stairs. Would you like to come with us?
I mean, no, she doesn't want to come with you.
Okay.
Is this a door down here?
Yes, there's another wooden door at the end of that room.
Yeah. Let's look around down here before we go back up to where there is obvious carnage and chaos.
So while Ssah'ra's off on her field trip with a nun, you want to open this door, or do you want to wait for her to come back?
Oh, I'd wait, but he's just going to examine and listen at it.
Okay, bear with me just one moment. I have to go to another text file, which means another tab.
Oh man, he's just like, man, he's
Don't mouse down. Don't do it. Oh, too bad.
he sounds so like scandalous about it.
Listening at the door, you don't hear anything on the other side.
I have to take a phone call, so I shall be back shortly.
I can do that on my laptop now.
Oh my god.
Benny will open the door and gently kick it open.
Yeah, just let me know when Ssah'ra gets back.
I think around the time Benny gets this door open, you could have returned, because you were only there with her for a minute or two, and she's given up trying to stand in your way. Benny, looking into this room, there's no light in this room, but there are these 3 braziers alcoves that could light up the room. In the center, amidst these narrow plinths or pillars running all the way to the ceiling, in the center of them is this gorgeous dark wood table that looks like upon which that like religious rites or things might be carried off on. At the edges of the table, you see large candelabras that don't have any candles in them, and then kind of haphazardly strewn across. Are you reading Rowan Darkwood? Rowan's not in there. The Duke's not around. You guys did not actually go back to Ravenloft.
And it was a darkwood table.
Oh my goodness. Haphazardly strewn all around the rest of the table, though, are alchemical accoutrements. So there's like a big glass flask, various amounts of tubing, beakers, an alembic, whatever that is, probably a small copper device for heating quantities of fluid.
And great, Granny will enter and go and examine the table.
Okay, that's what you see on the table. And then the other side of the room is another stone door leaning off to the south.
He'll wave back to the rest of the group. Seems quiet enough.
What's in there, Benny?
Just a bunch of alchemical equipment.
Interesting.
He holds up a flask or two and kind of sniffs at things and like, any of this seem medicinal?
There's no actual material here. It's all just equipment. So there's no there's no actual like crushed herbs, flasks of acid, giant bag of holding filled with 3,000 liters of
Different campaign, right?
Yeah.
Is there anything in this alcove?
Yeah,
How about
there's
a
a door,
cannon?
a stone door leading to the south.
Do these alcoves have like? They just had empty like braziers, right?
Looking into each one, braziers. Ooh.
Braziers. I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't know how to words. I'm sorry.
Not
Brazier. Brazier. Uh, Here's something to note. When you spend your entire life reading things and not hearing said aloud to you, you mispronounce a lot of words. And
Yep.
when you become 40, that sticks with you. Thanks, childhood.
That's why I read audiobooks now.
Yeah.
I pronounced segue as Sieg until I was like 30.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're braziers, not
They're
brazier.
braziers. Yeah, I'm
That's
sorry.
a much more exciting dungeon that I'm saving.
They
for
could be
tomorrow.
braziers.
But
Yeah, I mean, I wanted clarity on.
whereas the previous ones, when you saw up in the armor room here, these were basically copper bowls where you would light material in. These look like
Yeah.
they would be more magical braziers. These look like if you knew a command word or you had a particular key, you could
Okay.
cause magical light to issue forth out of them.
So it's not easy to determine when they were last.
Correct. So instead
They
of being
have-
like a copper bowl, they're kind of like a darkened orb sitting there.
Yeah.
Do they have
We-
innate? Do they have innate magical auras?
Yeah, like if you knew the command word, you could bring them to life.
I ponder the orbs.
You ponder the orbs. You can't. You're not a wizard.
In the braziers.
Oh, that's a good point.
Benny, there's a door over here.
Where's? Oh, Nazir's taking a phone call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just take a second to point out how much I appreciate that a map was made by somebody named Kartos?
And then he put confusing tile work under the squares.
It's a stage name.
Boot the door open.
Very aggressively.
No, just gently.
Well, I need to know how aggressively you're booping the door open. Otherwise, this isn't going to work.
2 out of 10.
Only a 2. Psh, I don't want to put your boot in.
Don't be
trying-
sacrilegious.
He's trying to be quiet, but he's using his feet to do it.
Okay. Bear with me just 1 second.
Oh, another tab. It sounds like.
You guys have kind of. I mean, this isn't your fault. It's a city adventure, so there's not really a intended order to anything, right?
Or sequence breaking.
Like I
Speedrunning
didn't know
bullshit.
what order you guys were gonna do a lot of these. Okay. And I forgot that I would need this book at one point during this adventure. So you open up this door. And now you see where you're in the catacombs proper. Looking down this hall, every few feet or so, you can see the alcoves on the side where the dead might be interred. The catacombs are not in a state of disrepair. You're not in a ruin. And it looks like each of these alcoves might have a slat for 2 bodies to be put into lengthwise, and then a stone plate is placed into the front of it. So you can't actually see into these alcoves. This one here is open, and on another one of these platforms on the inside, you see a beautiful dark wood coffin. The Duke's not in there. It's just wood that is dark. But it's open and there's nothing inside of it. Again, you have torch sconces along the wall where it's lit, and then when you look off to the other direction, the room opens up more considerably.
Is this room actually lit?
No.
No, I see. Okay.
The only room that's been lit so far is this one where you met the nun.
Okay. I'm gonna stand roughly here and then ping divine sense.
Pinging divine sense.
Yeah.
You feel the presence. What does divine sense give you? What do I have to tell you?
Until the end of my next turn, I can sense anything affected by the Hallow spell or know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover.
You
What is affected by
feel
the Hallows
a
spell?
celestial presence among you.
I should know where it is, I believe.
Behind you in this direction.
Okay. Benny will turn to look at it then, and I guess he'll approach.
Okay. Looking in this direction. The catacombs continue off over here. Looking in this direction, there are magical weapons on racks on the wall on this side, and then a magical shield over here, made out of a material that you can't immediately identify by sight. Are you trained in Arcana?
Yes.
Okay,
Actually.
so if you're trained in Arcana, just looking at them, you can tell that they're magical. Back here is the visage of a monstrous creature, whereas the iconography you saw upstairs in the main cathedral, the Pegasus and the unicorn, as two distinct creatures that were shown as being majestic and beautiful. You can imagine a much more monstrous form of like both of them shoved together at once. A creature that it still has equine features, and it has both the horn and the wings affixed to it. But it has a more terrible majesty to it. It has a more dark and ominous kind of beauty to it. People are supposed to look at this and be awed and feared. And it is from this sculpture that you are sensing a celestial being.
Benny, don't wake up the god.
Benny says, "Wake up the god." Okay.
Oh god. Is there anything in this coffin?
No, the coffin itself is empty.
Well, I mean, Benny's gonna
Straw's not
follow
there.
his. Oh, sorry. Benny is gonna follow his sense. Like it lasts for 6 seconds, and then examine it.
Okay.
Is this like something that can be read right here?
What languages do you read?
Common and Elvish.
It's not written in a language you know. But yes, there is a small placard there. And as you approach close enough to read it, which I'm going to say would have to be here.
Yeah, you gotta move me a little closer.
Everyone else, go ahead and place yourself where you want to be in this room. And then let's roll some initiative.
Well,
Ssah'ra,
sure, I was going to check the bottom side, but
well, you were down here checking the coffin while he was doing that. You didn't have time to make it.
yeah, and then she was going to walk around the corner, but I guess that's not happening.
You weren't going to walk anywhere. You're a snake.
Snake walk.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Damn it.
Yeah. Oh,
Listen. Okay, snake walk is when she coils her tail into a pogo and she bounces on it.
She Scrooge McDucks her way across. The
How
map.
is that a walk at all?
doesn't
No,
make that
this is what
sound when he jumps.
Oh, I already had a white one here, I guess. That's fine. Let's take that off.
I posted an image of the snake walk in the Flumph chat. There you go.
No, that's not allowed. That is disturbing as hell. It looks like a velociraptor for some reason.
And we'll go ahead.
I hate it. I
put
hate
one
it,
on
Treble.
20. All right. I need to. Sometimes when I'm running stat blocks out of two different books, it's okay because they're printed on two different sides of the books. Like one will be on the left facing page and one will be on the right facing page. Not so today.
Oh, two lefts.
I got two rights. So it's a little jank, but I'm going to make it work. I'm going to make it work like a boss. Like I've done this
Right.
before.
Two rights don't make a left.
All right. Who's at the top of my order?
That would be Black at 20.
Oh. Are we doing new initiative?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We are initiative-ing.
Well, I got worse. Benny, you want to go before me?
Actually, I'm supposed to be rolling initiative advantage. Okay, there we go.
I have no preference.
I'll go up here instead.
Just sorry, you can go.
Okay. I need Nerium,
Mm-hmm.
Sahn, and Ssah'ra. Actually, everybody but Benny. Come to think of it. Everybody but Benny. I need you to make me a charisma saving throw. Nerium, Ssah'ra, and Nazirr make this a disadvantage.
Okay.
This is a magic effect.
Yeah.
Let's see. Sahn and Nerium add 4.
Do I want the
Grandma.
12 or the 12?
You're in,
Let's see,
if it's fear or
21.
charm, you're immune.
25.
You're looking
Is
for
this a fear or charm effect?
It is neither. You're looking for a 16.
21.
Yeah, I got a 9.
So
I got a 25.
15.
Ssah'ra fails and Nazirr fails.
15 fails.
Yeah, you're looking for a 16.
Boo.
So, Benny, as you're checking out the placard on this, and you know this creature is inside, the majestic, ghostly form of this monster that's half Pegasus and half unicorn steps forth. So I'm going to go ahead and put it on the map here. Why wouldn't I? As it does, every evil act that the 5 of you have ever committed in your lives starts burning in your conscience. Nazirr and Ssah'ra, you are just overwhelmed by this. You are incapacitated until the end of its next turn.
Surprised we weren't just outright killed.
No, I'm sorry. You're incapacitated until initiative count 20. Because this is its lair effect. This is not its creature effect. Nerium,
Yep.
you somehow managed to rationalize all the bad things you've done and are not incapacitated. And Sahn, you are somewhat less affected by the others. Benny, you just feel guilty for all of the transgressions in your life. That same familiar guilt that flood anytime a good aligned character does something bad.
But Benny's are much more minor. Like, he didn't put the cutlery away after dinner last night.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, I started
Yeah,
walking
I left
after
the
Don't
gas
Walk started
on.
to flash.
Yeah.
Oh god, I made a deal
Yeah.
with the snake person to sacrifice something.
That's a big one. That's rough.
That is a pretty big one.
So that was 20. Who's next?
Sahn with me.
So this thing is there's a double horse here.
It's a
My understanding is right.
ghostly, it's a large ghostly horse creature that is stepping out of the structure towards Benny, and it has the wings of a Pegasus and the huge spiral horn of the unicorn.
Double ghost horse.
Double
Got it.
ghost horse.
All right. I'm going to level my hand crossbow at it and take a shot.
Okay.
Not sharpshooter. That hits an armor class of 27.
27 will hit.
This is a magical hand crossbow dealing 11 magical piercing.
Okay.
Does that have any effect on the ghost?
It does. It's a magical
Okay.
weapon.
Well, then I will fire again. Multi-attack as a fighter. That hits an armor class of 15.
15 does not hit.
Then I'm going to bonus action crossbow expert, fire again.
Actually, before you fire again,
Oh, sure.
make me an intelligence saving throw, please.
You got it. Benny, does my friend, do you help me with these?
Yep. Every save plus
Okay.
4.
Great. That's a 20.
Okay, sounds within 10 feet. I was just checking.
That's a
Yeah.
20 plus 4, you said?
4. Yeah.
So you're going to take 10 points of psychic damage, which you can cut in half for passing the save. As you level
So
your
23
crossbow,
on the save. Okay.
So 10 points and then cut that in half. That's psychic damage. As you level your crossbow and fire at the creature, and you see the thing damaged by it.
Mhm.
And something about damaging this creature, you just feel inherently is itself an evil act. It is wrong to try to bring this thing down. And then your second shot goes wide, as I guess you're rattled by this.
Still have a bonus action?
Yeah, you've still got your whole turn ahead of you that you haven't taken
Let's take a sharpshooter shot. That hits an armor class of 27,
yet. Yeah, that'll hit.
dealing 22 magical piercing damage.
Whew, that's pretty good.
I think that's it for my turn.
It doesn't have another reaction to use, so it doesn't get to mind blast you again. Are you going to end your turn in that space?
I'm pretty comfortable. I'm actually gonna move up in case Benny needs room to move so that I can remain close to him.
Okay. Who's next?
Oh, using me for my aura.
Nerium is next.
Nerium, you're not incapacitated.
Nope. In fact, she thought that was it was good to relive some of the good times.
Wow.
Holy
crap.
I am going to use Psychic Lance on this person.
Okay.
I need an intelligence saving throw, please. Your DC is 17. Oh, wait. First, use my bonus action. Subtract a D8 from whatever you do first. Then make the save.
Okay. I have a 20 on the save.
Even with the D8.
Go ahead and try that again. I'm gonna siphon salience. I'll give myself the advantage.
Okay. Ooh, that turns it into a 7.
Okay. Mark off this inspiration. I will mark off this spell slot, and we will roll damage for this Psychic Lance spell. This is a 4th level spell. I need 7d6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
It's like you guys are level 10 or something.
Mommy, Nerium's rolling damage again, and it makes me uncomfortable.
23 points. 23 points of psychic damage, and the creature is incapacitated until the start of my next turn.
And the creature is incapacitated till the start of your next turn?
Yes.
Very well. Moving or staying put?
I am content here.
Okay.
Namaste. Next is Nazirr.
Nazirr, you're incapacitated, but you feel that all of that guilt and shame of the evil acts. Like, what's a great example of an evil act that Nazirr ought to feel a lot of guilt and shame for that he's committed? What terrible things has he done? As a neutral evil orc.
Probably selling those yuan-ti into slavery in the Bridge City for starters.
Wow, that was rough. You really should have done something because you knew that was wrong. And you'd been through those slave pens yourself. Like, you really should have stood up, and you didn't. And now you'll never get the chance.
Yeah, it's true.
Nazirr is encompassed by a sickly green glow for a moment that forms into a more or less humanoid shape resembling him, and then congeals outward in front of him as a luminous ball. That's Nazir's turn.
Can't see it.
Luminous ball.
Now we can.
Who's next?
After Nazirr is green.
Okay.
With white.
Nazirr.
Sir.
You're currently incapacitated. So Constitution saving throw at disadvantage. Your DC is only 10.
Don't have a very good bonus without Benedict near me.
You should stay closer to him.
I'm trying to inch closer there.
That's 10 on the dot.
10 on the dot. Okay. So you will take half of 14 points of necrotic damage.
Necrotic damage, you say?
So 7 points of necrotic damage.
Rude.
And then I get to attack you. Who amongst you is wearing heavier, is wearing better armor? You or Sahn?
I don't wear armor.
You've got a carapace though. And Nazirr, you've got robes and stuff?
No, I've got leather armor.
Okay.
If it matters, Brick, I do have a shield.
Let's attack Nazirr then. Nah, that's not going to hit anything. We're looking at a 7 to hit Nazirr.
No.
As the thing glows brightly for a moment, discharges electricity in your direction, but it just fizzles around you and doesn't take hold. Who's next?
After green is white.
Which is incapacitated.
Yeah, incapacitated.
Okay, so they can still move if they want, I do believe.
Oh, can I?
Let me see. 5e incapacitated.
I have my conditions tab here. No, can't move or speak. And that's paralyzed. Incapacitated. Oh, you can move unless you say
You
I
can't
can't.
act. Yeah.
You can't take actions or reactions.
Fantastic. Then yeah, it is going to move.
I was joking, by the way, about the ghost of the catacombs thing.
Well, it can move this way, I think. So this square doesn't have to leave any threat range.
I mean, it left mine.
No, it didn't. Unless you have a 10-foot reach, because it stepped here, then it stepped here.
Oh, okay, I see. No, that's fine. I wouldn't take it anyway because
Okay, this is not an action or a bonus action. It just happens at the end of its turn. Sahn, Benny, Nazirr, and Nerium are all within 10 feet of the creature.
Looks that way.
Please have a wisdom saving throw, DC 16. Benny, you can make this at advantage.
Oh, good.
I make it
'cause
with
I
Benny's
rolled
bonus.
shit. Oh, come on, really?
uh,
I fail.
You fail?
pass.
I fail.
Thank you, Benny.
Big pass.
Big pass. If you fail, you fall prone in your square in a fit of laughter as you are overwhelmed with joyous thoughts.
Is this a charm effect?
It is not. It's just a thing that happened to you today.
Okay, Benny thinks about holding hands with the Nazirr and skipping while invisible.
And then you laugh and laugh and laugh, and you fall prone.
Mhm.
But the thing can't attack
Oh,
you
I gotta do
because
this.
it's incapacitated. And it can't cast any spells because it's incapacitated. So that's White's turn. That's all I got.
Okay, after white, it's Ssah'ra.
Who's incapacitated?
Ssah'ra, the same thing that just happened, that you watched happen to Nazirr, happens to you. This luminous ball of light forms out of your body, takes up
Oh.
residence in front of you.
But the human hearts were so delicious.
So that's Ssah'ra's turn. Who's next?
Can I move or no? Incapacitated means your
Yes,
ghost
you
move.
can. There's no actions or reactions. I should have checked that when I first incapacitated you. It is incapacitated, right? I believe.
The other one would be stunned, I guess.
I'm trying to make sure I didn't mix up incapacitated and stunned. It says incapacitated in my notes, so that's what I'm going to go with. So yeah, you could, as you move, the green ball moves with you.
Don't
Oh,
bring that over here. What are you doing?
Nazirr, did you want to move on your turn?
Uh,
On your turn, I was under the false belief that you were not allowed to move. But if you want to,
yeah, I'd like to move closer to Benny, but
okay,
it looks like Benny's unconscious now.
he's not unconscious.
Yeah,
just
No, I'm just laughing.
Brick, if the green ball follows me, I'm going to keep moving a little bit.
Okay.
What's in this?
Yeah, let me erase this. It's another area of the catacombs. I'll give you some space here.
Oh,
to
the
check
truth
out.
is defeated.
We'll get the green ball away from Nerium.
Okay, good, because it's a scary ball. Who's next?
Benny.
Yeah, next to Benny. Benny will stand up.
Okay.
Jeez. Okay. I'm gonna come around this way,
All right.
and I'm gonna attack Nazir's guild.
Attack Nazir's guilt. What do you suppose Nazir's guilt AC is?
What is your
Against me too. I don't know, but we're gonna attack it. I have a critical hit.
Ooh, that'll do it.
I mean, if someone's gonna dispel his guild, it's me. And we're gonna smite this because, of course, I'm gonna smite his guild.
Wow.
So
Hopefully
enjoy 8d8 damage.
Ooh, that
occurs to me that
that's a
this
lot.
might hurt him?
Well, I hope not. But this is how Benny solves problems: is beating them away from Nazirr so he can be safe. 13 slashing,
Okay,
24 radiant.
that's enough. As Nazir's guilt dissipates and is destroyed.
And he looks at Nazirr and smiles and says, I've got your back.
You're still
Nazirr-
giggling a little bit.
Shakes his head.
Well, I mean, the look on his face when I did that is pretty priceless.
Is that it for Benny?
That's it for Ben.
Who's next?
Top of the order to the lair action.
Okay.
So at the top of the lair action, the incapacitated effect ends, but I need everybody to repeat that saving throw.
So
DC
16 on charisma.
DC 16 charisma saving throw.
Except
Okay.
Benny, right?
Except Benny.
Okay.
Nerium.
Yeah, sure.
Nazirr,
Am I
and
still
Ssah'ra
am
make
I
this
still
a
at disadvantage?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Because we're
Forgot about that.
naughty people.
Let's all play.
I failed.
I failed again.
Ssah'ra is
Pass.
incapacitated.
Nazirr failed.
Nazirr is incapacitated. As the,
I failed.
as the three of you are racked with guilt of all the terrible things you've done. You're not prone. You just can't act or bonus action on your turn.
Sorry, guys. I'm going to overrun us all with guilt.
Sahn is spinning around.
Sahn, no.
That's the lair action. Who's next?
Sahn.
Sahn
Yeah.
gets
Mhm.
his own little green goober buddy who forms up out of its body.
Is Sahn even capable of guilt?
Apparently.
Does that concept exist for thri-kreen?
Sahn's like, this is a new feeling.
So that's Sahn's turn.
All right, Nazirr.
Nazirr, you failed.
Incapacitated.
There you go. You get a little goober buddy.
Uh-huh.
Who's next?
That was Nazirr, and then it's green.
Did we skip
Green.
Nerium?
Oh yeah, no, excuse me, it's my turn.
Okay.
I skipped me and went to Nazirr. It's fine.
Nerium is the woman without guilt. Doesn't regret anything she's done ever.
That is true.
You
Yes.
tried to literally assassinate yourself from the future. Perfectly fine.
Yep. I need another intelligence saving. First bonus action.
Mhm.
Cutting words on the creature. Another intelligence saving throw, please.
Is that with the minus D8?
Yes, minus a D8.
Oof. 3.
Okay. Please enjoy 20 psychic damage, and that creature is incapacitated until is it the start of my next turn? I think it is.
Okay. The thing is now bloodied.
All right. Yep.
Who's next?
That is the end of Nerium's turn. After Nerium, and it was Nazirr, and then now it's green.
Okay. So I need Sahn, Nazirr, and Ssah'ra, the three who are incapacitated. I need a Constitution saving throw at disadvantage. Your DC is only 10.
Is this a magic effect?
Yeah, this is pretty magical.
+4 for
Nope.
That's a pass.
Sahn, you're going to take
+4 and Sahn.
12 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
And reduce your maximum hit points by 12.
Okay.
Nazirr, did you pass?
That's a wisdom saving throw, right?
It's a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw. 16.
At disadvantage,
Make that a 20 rather.
but your DC is 10. So you pass?
Disadvantage. Okay.
Disadvantage.
Yeah, pass.
All right. So you're going to take 9 points, which you can cut in half. So that's 4 points. Ssah'ra, did you pass?
I passed.
It's going to be 6 points of necrotic to you, which you can cut down to 3. And then each of you are going to get a fun electric shock. So Sahn, I've got a 10 to hit.
No.
Nazirr, I've got a 17 to hit.
That hits.
And
Please
Ssah'ra, I have a
re-roll that.
12 to hit.
Please
It's a miss.
re-roll. Please re-roll the one on Nazirr,
The
please.
reroll becomes a 10 to hit on Nazirr.
Nope.
And I hit Ssah'ra because she has a terrible armor class.
No, you didn't. I'm sorry.
Very well. That's green. Who's
Benny.
next?
Benny got the you got the advantage, by the way, Benny.
Advantage? Okay.
That was green, white.
White.
Is incapacitated.
Can move if it wants to.
I don't think I can move it to somewhere where it gets more people with its emanation than I get right now. So
I'll use in the new term.
I think it's good. It's a good term. Aura
Yeah,
is
that was
also a good
one
term.
worry.
So yeah, let's get that wisdom saving throw from the 4 of you. Benny, you can make this at advantage.
That's much better.
What's the DC on this?
Is 16.
Failed.
20. I pass.
On the dot.
Pass.
Oh wait, I have advantage for my other Siphon Salients. Let me actually use it. Passed, barely.
All right. See, you're overwhelmed with images of joy, but suddenly nothing is funny. Who's next?
That would be Ssah'ra.
Is incapacitated.
Benny.
Yeah,
No, wait a
I
minute.
can move.
Incapacitated, but you get another goober friend.
I do.
Hey, don't bring those over here. No. No, you clean up what you did.
It's like you need to
You
go
should-
stand at
you
the
should-
eye wash station.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
So you're moving back over here?
Yeah, since I don't get like bonus actions or anything fun.
Nope. You just got surrounded by green guys.
That's okay.
So that was Ssah'ra. Who's next?
Next is Benny. I'm gonna attack the big guy.
All right. You hate attacking the big guy though.
27. Day.
That will hit, and it doesn't have reaction because it's incapacitated.
Oh goodness.
Are you going to be the guy?
I think I blow my level 3 smite on this and hope it's not immune to radiant.
Oh, is that what we're hoping?
No, you know what? I'm gonna just use a level 1 smite.
You could just upcast the thunder damage one. Same damage, isn't it?
Well, so this is a reaction to my attack that I had to cast as a bonus action. I've already made my attack.
Ah,
So
good point.
we're gonna do a level 1 smite just to see what happens because I get a
Alright.
second attack here. 10 slashing,
Okay.
5 radiant.
It's still up.
Did the radiant do full damage?
It looked like.
Okay. Well, I don't have advantage. Hold on, I got it. This doesn't count. Crit.
Oof. Oof.
And guess what? I
Oof.
saved that. I saved that level 3 smite, right? Well, we're gonna use it. That's level 2.
Brickred, this is gonna hurt.
Okay.
All the
2,
d8s,
3,
throw them.
4, 6, 7. Oh, I need one more. Nobody hurts Nazirr and gets away with it.
Except for
13
Benny.
slashing,
Okay.
31 radiant.
So how many of those level 3 smites do you have?
Well, I only had 1 and I used it.
Does it take the wind out of your seals to literally just use it on a creature with 8 hit points left?
No, I'm still very happy. I got to roll like 10d8. That's fun.
And the creature
Oh, you know
moves
what?
no
Hold
more.
on. It's wrong. I actually did an additional 5 more radiant.
Benny. As you
Yes, sir.
slay the creature and it dissipates in just spinnerets of harmless gauze in front of you, the statue that it steps out of cracks in half.
He turns to look at that and go, "What the hell was that?"
Is Benny now evil?
I mean, just slayed a celestial protector inside of a good aligned church. So you tell me. Benny, moving or staying put?
Oh, he's staying here.
Okay, who's next?
Good come combat, good.
That was Benny. We are lair action and Sahn.
There's no more lair action because you've slain the creature that uses the lair action.
Yep, Sahn.
So nobody's incapacitated anymore. That gets wiped at the lair action stage.
All right, so let's go ahead and turn on this thing. That is the manifestation of my guilt for all the times I failed Serenity by getting stunned.
That happens with surprising regularity.
I'm going to go ahead and take a sharpshooter shot at it.
You know, that might be literally the only guilt Sahn has.
That hits an armor class of what is this, plus 8. 20,
That hits.
dealing 21 magical piercing damage.
21. The thing is severely bloodied after that first shot.
Going to take a non-sharpshooter shot. That hits an armor class of 19
19 also hits.
for 8 magical piercing.
And that's enough.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get started on. Has this one been damaged yet?
None of them have, no.
Okay, I'm gonna get started on Nazir's guilt. This is a sharpshooter bonus action.
Okay.
Hits an armor class of 13.
13 does not hit.
Gonna go ahead and use my action surge and start the rodeo all over again.
All right.
Yeehaw.
So I've got a sharpshooter on that one again. Hits an armor class of 22,
Yeah, that'll do it.
dealing 20 magical piercing.
And that is severely bloodied Nazir's guild.
Non-sharpshooter hits an armor class of 25,
That hits.
dealing 9 magical piercing.
And that one moves no more.
And bonus action. That's a sharpshooter, so probably misses. It hits an armor class of 12.
12 does not hit.
All right, that's the end of my turn.
All right. Who's next?
Nerium. Nerium is I don't really have anything to do. So I'm just going to try and gonna try a cantrip on this. Let's see. I need a wisdom saving throw from this one.
Are you
as
insulting
I-
her guilt?
That's
I'm
a
insulting her guilt for being completely banal and kind of not impressive.
17 on the saving throw.
That is the DC.
Impressive enough, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's the end of my turn. I'm
All
good.
right. Who's next?
Nazirr.
I can actually act today.
You can.
Let's go ahead and try out my new cantrip. Cast Produce Flame.
Okay.
And hurl it at that guilt.
Are you rolling to hit or am I rolling a save?
I am rolling to hit.
Do it.
Does a 14 hit?
14 does not hit.
Bummer. Bonus action activate Staff of the Adder. End my turn. There.
All right. Who's next?
Green.
After Nazirr, it's green.
All right. Ssah'ra,
Yeah.
I need you to make a DC 10 Constitution saving throw at disadvantage.
You do get the +4.
Oh, I do. That's going to be a 24 then.
Okay, so that's 6 points, which you can cut in half to 3. That's necrotic damage. Do that again, please.
At disadvantage.
It's magical though.
Oh,
He has
right.
advantage. Yeah.
I get Benny's aura, which makes that a 7 + 5 is a 12.
All right, so that's 7 points of necrotic. You can cut that in half to 3. Let's see if I can land an electric shock. I have a 9 to hit you,
Almost.
and I have a critical hit.
That's a miss.
That's a miss? It's not a miss. It's a critical hit.
I think I already used my reaction.
Okay, well,
She's fine.
I can use my reaction to silvery barbs that though.
Ssah'ra didn't help
I
you
mean-
at all when you got thrown off a lighthouse.
I mean,
just-
she wasn't there.
Who is rushing up the stairs?
You want to use silvery barbs?
Yeah, I
This-
want to silvery barbs that crit away.
The spell everyone says I should ban.
Yes.
Who says that?
Lots of people are angry. at
Literally
silvery
nobody
barbs.
in this game says that.
I think
Okay.
it should be second level.
Nobody at this
Yeah,
table
second-
says that. That's fine. But
We were gun shy about taking it, and then you were like, "Okay," and now 3 of us have it.
yeah, no, it's a great spell, and it hasn't.
broke the broke the seal on it.
I just think it should be second level. I think it's fine.
Yeah, same.
This is what the second campaign where silvery, because you guys made use of it last campaign too, didn't you?
No,
No.
I thought we
we
did.
didn't. No,
yeah,
we
we had it
didn't.
last game.
I
Oh,
picked it
golly.
up at the very, very, very end and never got a chance to use it.
Anyway, I know
Oh,
that
okay.
I just look at how many encounters that I've smashed you guys with, even with silvery barbs in play. Like, I'm just not scared of the spell at all. Anyway, the new hit is
Yeah.
only a 7 to hit. Silvery barbs availed you. This dice has to stop. Whatever it's doing, I don't like it. I don't
Sorry.
like it. I want it to go away.
Nerium, you get the advantage from my silvery barbs.
Okay.
Who's next?
After that was green, Ssah'ra. Ssah'ra.
I can act.
So,
Yay.
Play your defeat your guilt.
You're guilty twice.
Double guilty.
I feel fine.
I mean, to be fair, Ssah'ra is probably the worst character in the party, like morality wise.
You've said that multiple times. That is a 15 to hit.
A 15 will not hit.
What? Okay,
Wow.
second attack.
Oh, she cannot overcome her guilt.
What about a 23?
That'll hit.
Does this have my AC? Because it's gonna suck if it does.
23 hits.
Oh, that'd be terrible.
Please enjoy 17 points of magical slashing damage.
And that is blood.
Plus
Yep.
12 points of force damage.
That's enough.
And then she'll smash the butt into the other one.
Always hit your own guilt with a butt.
Always.
Words to live by.
Butt and
That's
guilt.
gonna be a 21.
That'll hit.
Uh, 11 points of magical bludgeoning damage.
Okay, and it is bloodied.
After Ssah'ra, it's Benny.
Well, it's moving or staying put,
next I'll-
Sarah.
Oh, jeez.
She'll stay put.
All right.
Well, I rolled another crit.
My God.
I have the opposite of Chris's dice today.
I rolled a bunch of 20s today. Just
I'm not
combat.
gonna. I'm not gonna reveal what the next campaign is yet. 'Cause I'm
Uh,
still putting it together. But I assure you, next campaign, lots and lots of creatures and battles are gonna have silvery barbs.
That's fine.
God.
16's non-magical slashing.
That's enough. That'll take care of the creature.
Yeah, okay, cool.
To be fair, that's why I was gun shy on introducing the spell.
Because then Ricker could use it.
Well, I could use
I mean,
it
if he
anyway.
wants to blow all his level 1 slots on that, like sure.
He's the
I mean,
DM. He gets infinite level 1 slots.
Yeah, like,
Ah,
Enemies
you still
live like
can't
3
track it.
turns.
I'm the DM. I
It's
can.
not-
10 Terrasks show up. Like I don't. I'm not in.
And
It,
Terras show up. They all cast silvery barbs and do backflips.
I'm not in an
And then-
arms race with you people.
Yeah.
I'm better than you. This is what I don't understand. All these DMs who want to ban spells and feats and stuff. Like, you're better than them. Just make the Terrasks show up if you just want to beat them up.
I mean, the problems with silvery barbs, the way it interrupts the flow of combat, and I think the fact that we kind of are a lot. Your house rules and reactions are actually probably one of the main things that makes me not hate it.
Oh, I don't know what house rule you're referring to.
You don't care exactly how the reaction is triggered in terms of every goddamn individual step. Roll this only after damage has been
Oh,
decided.
yeah,
No,
that's
fuck
true.
you.
That's
Yeah.
true.
I can't believe they wrote the rules like that.
All right.
Well, what about the declare attacker step, Destil?
Magic works fine because it actually has rules for this shit. D&D doesn't.
Sarah,
Yeah.
as Benny steps forth and slays the last of your guild, you no longer feel guilty, by the way, unless you want to.
My hero.
3 white-robed individuals come charging through the stone door. One of them is the woman you recognize, the nun that you were manhandling earlier. The other 2, one is an older gentleman stooped forward onto a cane, wearing. So they're still very white. There's not a lot of coloration in these robes, but more pronounced, more authoritative than the nun you were speaking to. And then the other woman behind her is a younger woman, maybe around y'all's age, not Benny's age. Benny's 400,000 years old. The rest of you were like in your 20s or whatever. But she's also wearing this more ornamental style of robe. And when they step forward, the nun points, says, "There they are, My lords. And the two other priests look into the room and see all of you. Behold the cracked statue in the back. And the old man, in a booming voice that doesn't seem like it should originate in a small, frail body like his, what is the meaning of this?
Benny will step forward and say,
Yeah, Benny.
You tell me it attacked us. Is this your god?
You dare desecrate the holy grounds of Exthithgurn. God, did I pronounce that correctly? I never know.
Yeah, I think that was right.
Not
Yeah.
enough lisp.
And now you dare to defend your actions? State
You
your
asked us
business
what we were
in this
doing.
place. Sarai, you're trying to leave?
She's
Let me put it this way. If Sarai is
Yes.
leaving, we're rolling initiative again.
okay. She'll stay here for now.
We're looking for a Nerium steps forward. She says, executive decision. She says, we're looking for a terrible artifact that is loose in the city so that we might destroy it.
The old man is furious. The young woman standing next to him, she's regarding the statue and she looks just incredibly sad. The furious man picks his cane up, holds it out, pointing it accusingly at each of you. Says, which of you will answer for this transgression?
Ssah'ra points to Benny.
Points to Benny. The guy lowers his cane in Benny's direction.
Wait. Actually, and then Ssah'ra points to the nun that went to get them.
Sarai, you're not making the situation any better.
Yeah, not really helping, right?
She says, Nerium says, we're looking for a glass eye that belongs to a powerful fey creature.
So we're just ignoring the man's question. We're just going to pretend like he didn't speak and say anything and just move the conversation in a different direction.
Trying to smooth over the fact that Ssah'ra is not making things any better.
Okay, but he asked a question. Which of you will stand for this transgression? And then Ssah'ra pointed to Benny and then pointed to the nun. So Sarah's clearly
Benny's
just
gonna-
playing around.
Benny's gonna cross his arms and say, nobody is. The creature attacked us. As far as I'm concerned, this is your fault and your problem.
You adventurers always do this. They break into a place where they're not supposed to be, and then the defenses kick in, and the adventurers are like, well, it's your fault that I broke my nails opening your lock, dickhead.
I mean, it's not good
This-
logic, but like it's what Benny believes in this
Listen,
circumstance. Like,
Brick, this is because growing up, all of us played Final Fantasy games where we can just walk into anybody's house and loot their shit.
Well, that's Zelda games. You don't really do that in Final Fantasy.
That's
Oh, Zelda games, you pick up and break all their
You
pots.
break all their pots.
you look in every clock brick for an elixir.
Yeah, every clock, every dresser.
Every clock has an elixir.
Okay.
I mean, that's what Benny's going to say. He's going to say nobody here needs to take responsibility. If anybody should take responsibility for anything, it's you for not taking better care of the people upstairs.
Which
We
of you
saw you
opened the
slaughtering them.
black portal?
None of us.
Your archbishop, wasn't it?
How dare you accuse the archbishop in this place? Points his cane at Ssah'ra.
Well, who
Answer
else
for
could have opened it?
yourselves. So here's what you guys need to do. You need to convince him now that you didn't open that portal, or we're rolling initiative.
Nerium, do your thing.
all right. We
Yeah.
did not open the portal. Like I said, we're here searching for a very dangerous
no.
artifact.
What are you doing to convince him that you're not opening the portal? Is that it? You just tell him I'm not doing it? 'Cause he's not going to believe
It's
you.
like I will. So like, do you? I'll ask him if he has the capability of casting the true spell.
He
Zone of
turns
truth.
to the woman sitting next to him, points his cane, everybody but Nerium. You four, against that far wall.
Benny will follow that direction.
Sure.
Ssah'ra is curious to see how this plays out.
and he bids
We
Nerium
ran,
come
ran out
forth.
of wall.
He turns to the woman standing next to him, the one wearing the fancy white robes. Prompto does not want this to go down either. I'm gonna let him out.
I believe it.
Oh, Prompto.
Too much chihuahua just happened. Nerium,
Mhm.
are you going
Yeah.
to resist the Zone of Truth spell?
No. Like, but I will tell them that I will only consent because I will only at this time consent to that one question. We'll discuss
asks you,
further ones in a minute.
Did you open the portal?
No.
Do
And
you
neither
and
did
yours
any of
mean any harm against Ecthithern or their venerable followers?
Ssah'ra didn't.
No.
Well, he's not asking Ssah'ra.
Hush. Nerium turns around and says, just makes a chopping motion at you. And then she does the like, I'm watching
He
you
smacks
motion.
his cane against the ground. You will speak to me, child. I will determine your truth or your lies. Do you mean harm to our god or our acolytes?
No, I don't mean harm to your god, who I'm pretty sure is a Fey Lord and not like an actual god, but that's not here nor there.
Who opened the black portal?
I have absolutely no idea. Our leading theory was that
Well, stop. Who does Nerium think did it? Like, who does
she doesn't really
truthfully believe did it?
She doesn't really have. She doesn't have a firm. What is the word I'm looking for here?
If
She doesn't have a firm belief.
If she doesn't have a theory, it's okay to say that. Like, if she doesn't know, she could just say, I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. He regards your companions against the far wall for a moment. Will you vouch and take accountability for these four?
I do, unfortunately, every day.
Every day?
Every day.
The
Sometimes
truth meter-
twice.
The truth meter
Miriam.
spikes into like super truth.
He tells you that given the circumstances, based on the testimony, and he motions behind him to good sister Yagatha, who does not believe that the five of you have meant trespass against the church, but have wandered in confoundedly when the portal opened, into places where you are not welcome and where you are not meant to be. I have a mind to release the five of you, so long as you go in peace and that you claim no more violence against the church or its followers. And then he motions back up to the cracked statue. But before I can do that, one of you must stand for this transgression. Mistaken though you may be, errantly your actions have caused damage here. Looks back at Nerium. Either you or one of your companions must be named to come forward and repair what has been lost.
By doing what?
At this point, the woman standing next to him explains that they're going to essentially siphon magic from one of you to power a ritual to repair the statue and cause the process by which the possessing spirit can regrow inside. She says that no harm will come to the person who does this, but the ritual has a greater chance of success the more magical ability they possess. She's saying, actually, are you trained in Arcana?
I'm not.
You're
but
not?
I'm not the only one
I'll
here.
Some
let,
of us
I'll let
are,
everybody else
yeah.
individually make an Arcana check if you're trained in it and if you care about this.
Yeah.
Oh, almost a 20.
That's at 21.
21.
22.
Likewise, 21.
So
9.
so Nerium has no idea what she's talking about, but the rest of you, whichever one of you has the most spell charges remaining, has the greatest chance of success to see this ritual done successfully, provided you actually care and agree to do this, to help perform this ritual.
I mean, do we care about this? Like, Benny's actually looking at this through the lens of, yeah, look, the last time I agreed to this, I lost a century of my life. You weren't touching these people.
Well, you're
So
not
That's
talking
sort of
about
his
it all.
perspective.
So
Oh, I thought we were conferring as a group. Sorry.
do I have your word that no permanent harm will come to anybody that agrees to this?
She gives her word on that. This is a ritual that she's performed. The ritual of maintaining this statue and binding spirits to it falls to her. This is one of her duties. It's a thing she's done many times in the past.
Miriam looks back at them and says, I think it'll be either me or Nazirr that has the most spell slots. But Nazirr was blown up today and fell off a cliff, and also it's McDohl's birthday. So
You're also evil, which I'm not sure if that's gonna work.
Listen,
out.
if today wasn't McDohl's birthday, y'all bitches would have woke up back in Ravenloft.
Thank you, Brick Road.
Only reason that didn't happen.
Thank you, Brick Road.
Tomorrow is a brand new day.
only on his birthday is the F me up fam just turned off.
So 2 questions. 1, do we care about helping with this ritual? If you don't, they're going to try to basically detain you. And if you fight your way out and get clear of it, you will have made an extremely powerful enemy in Varinthia. And you probably won't gain access to the church again. If you do
Nerium,
help, you have to nominate one person in your party to help with the ritual, and they'll be making the checks.
Nerium holds her hand up and says, I will do this under one condition. She says, she basically says, I explained that we're looking for the very powerful artifact, right?
Okay.
He goes, of the remaining of us, I probably have the greatest chance to succeed at this. Ritual, and I will volunteer for it if you will at least listen to us and answer questions about
The
our
man
purpose.
speaks in his booming voice that you are in no position to impose conditions on him or his church.
He's got a point.
You are going to perform
TDF.
this ritual in order to make amends for the damage that you've caused. And at that, the woman standing next to him, she looks a little apologetic, but she doesn't gainsay him and she doesn't correct him. They're not going to give you anything in exchange for this. This is penance you're paying.
Sahn is going to do a quick mind link to Nerium. We can take him without killing him, I think.
She says, Nerium takes a deep breath.
Yep.
And says, I'm still under the zone of truth, right?
I believe so, because I think it lasts for,
Okay.
10 minutes?
It's like
She
10
says,
minutes. Yeah.
I say this with no modesty and no bravado. She says, we could leave right now and you could not stop us. So, and I am offering to meet you in the middle on this. He goes, I recognize that it was a mistake, that we shouldn't have come in here, and we have done an evil act, I suppose. He goes, but we are looking for this artifact. It is the glass eye of a very powerful fae. It is not something you want floating around in your city. I'm asking you for your help. Will you help us?
They're giving you no concessions. The first step of this process, as far as they're concerned, is not negotiation. Who's trained in religion here?
Yep.
That's about right. So we're rolling initiative against these priests?
I feel like it's initiative.
She goes,
Because you're at an impasse. The next step is trying to fight your way past them.
she goes, diplomacy. She goes, I'm trying diplomacy here. Please.
The woman says, with due respect, we believe we're being very diplomatic by allowing you what has been offered.
You have demanded that I or one of the people with me undergo an unknown magical ritual to drain essence from us. And I am taking you at your word that it will not do permanent harm. If one of us gets permanently maimed, it will impact our mission.
So you don't believe her when she says that no permanent.
I'm trying to explain to her that, like, I need some. Basically, I can agree to this. Is I'll tell her is if you can give me something I can take back to say why I agreed to it.
My dude, they're religious. They don't do. They don't do convincing evidence. They do faith. You're gonna have to trust her, or you don't.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna turn around. I said, "One moment." She says, She says, "One moment," and she turns around and she looks at everybody.
Yep.
And just a simple upper yes or no on all four of you.
Put it to a vote.
I will. Yeah.
So the vote is: you can either vote Nerium undergoes this ritual, or we roll initiative against these three priests.
Which one is thumbs up and thumbs down?
Well, I'll just I'll call it out. Who wants to roll initiative? Let's start there.
Benny.
Sahn does.
Benny and Sahn want to roll initiative. That's two. Who wants to?
Nerium abstains.
You can't abstain. It's 5 people in a group. Otherwise, it's going to be a tie.
Because Nazirr is if Nazir's of a mind if Nerium wants to do this, then no one should stop her.
And Ssah'ra, you're going with the ritual?
Ssah'ra is going with whatever Nerium goes with.
Nerium is inclined to let them do the ritual
Okay.
because she is at her heart, she is a diplomatic character.
Okay. So
Diplomacy.
So you tell them that you'll agree to undergo this ritual then.
Yes.
And the woman bids you step forth before the statue.
Uh-huh.
She assures you that the ritual's not painful, that no harm will come to you, that basically you're standing in a place where usually one of the devout would be. Which means that this is something that they're frequently willing to do to their own people.
Uh-huh.
Nerium, how many spell slots do you have remaining?
Let's see. I have 3 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s, 1 4, 1 5.
So what's the total?
Do you want like the total levels or the total
Total
like,
spell
just
slots, the number of slots.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9.
9.
Plus various
No, various
like,
nothing. Just looking for spell slots. This is your innate personal magic that you have, not counting your
I have the capability to cast certain spells innately without using spell slots.
Those won't avail you here. Those won't count.
Okay.
Do you have any ability to regenerate spell slots?
No.
So you've got 9 that you're working with.
Uh-huh.
Here's what I want you to do.
I do have my bardic inspiration in which is a magical feature in my face step, if those count as well.
Nope, just spell slots. Erase all of those slots. Over the course of this ritual, you're going to expend all of those. Is Nerium on any level, in any capacity, willing to convert to this religion. I guess another way of asking that is, how much does Nerium like unicorns and Pegasi?
She thinks unicorns are busybodies.
Okay.
She thinks Pegasi are cool.
But so no, we're not into this god? Doesn't do anything for you? Okay. Here's what I want.
Well,
It's going to be a skill challenge. You've expended 9 spell slots. The DC is 20 minus 1 for each slot you've spent.
okay.
So your DC is 11. I want... you're not rolling an advantage because you're not considering converting to this religion. So I want 3 successes on just a straight wisdom check before 2 failures. And your DC is 11.
All right.
Anybody
I'm
on the
guessing we can't.
anybody on the sidelines who wants to help with guidance or inspiration or anything, you can. That would be
Sure,
fine.
let's give her a clairvoyance.
Can I have a? Does anybody have a
Enhance ability.
enhance ability?
Yeah. That's
Yeah, you can take that.
Ssah'ra will offer up prayers of this god that she learned in the church for all the good that'll do.
Thoughts and prayers from the peanut gallery over there.
So, the old man with the cane just glares at you the whole time.
Just straight wisdom. So that's a 20.
That's a success.
What is my DC?
11.
11. Okay.
20 minus 9.
Okay.
Ssah'ra would have been bad at this.
This is another success. That is a very good success.
Okay.
And 3 successes. Come on in a row.
Can I
That
put a clairvoyance on each of these?
Yeah.
Sure. Take
Clairvoyance
another
is
one.
just guidance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then yeah, that's fine.
Just straight wisdom. So that's a 9.
That's one
That's
failure. This next roll decides it all.
That is
Hey.
a 20.
Hey.
You
That's
hear
pass.
you hear it more than see it. You hear the stone as your magic flows into the device, and the woman standing next to you is guiding it into this crack, and it begins to glow with, I don't know what color Nerium's magic is, or if it has a color,
It does.
or does it just have like a smell?
It's blue. And it smells like oleander flowers.
Okay. Flows into and around this crack, and then with a loud clacking noise, the stone pieces come together and begin to mend. Benny, as this happens, you feel once again the essence of this celestial creature that must inhabit it inside. And then, Nerium, you step away drained of magic, but otherwise unharmed. At which they offer to escort you back out of the cathedral.
Now, she says, before we go, may I please ask you about the glass eye?
The woman puts her hand on your shoulder. She says, I think what's best for everyone right now is a good night's rest.
Mm,
Am I still glowing?
Yes. Everybody.
Nerium, you don't, and Nerium just burnt all of her dispel magics on this stupid unicorn ritual.
Sounds
I
like
don't have dispel magic anymore.
Nazirr has dispelled a magic.
Ssah'ra will ask the old man what they plan to do about the dragon outside.
The old man is not going to answer any of your questions. None of this is... The church's plans about this dragon are not your concern. If they're desperate enough to ask for the help of interlopers like you, they'll let you know. But they don't have any plans to share notes with you. They don't have... They currently don't have any evidence that the dragon's not your fault. And also, neither do you guys. If we're being honest.
Okay, like I was about to say, like I'm under a like I will attest to that. It's not my fault.
But you don't really know that it's not. You're like, Nazirr was standing 2 feet away when the thing hatched, inside of your wall of fire that you put down.
Yeah, I know. And that was what to say. So we're like 80% sure it's not our fault.
Yeah, reasonable, but not.
At this moment, if
Definite.
Nerium tries to say that the dragon is certainly not your fault, that would read as a lie under Zone of Truth. At least until you get back and talk to Double Al about his findings with the stone. You guys just don't know what happened. It's been a really harrowing night.
Mhm.
It
Nerium,
has been kind of a night.
give me an insight check, please.
Sure. You know what? I got 4 blips.
We're blipping it.
Yeah. Auto success, baby.
So
Flip it
this
up.
woman that you have performed this ritual with, she's moving you out of the cathedral. She's saying what's best for everyone right now is to go get a good night's rest. But you don't get the sense that she's locked off to the idea of discussing this eye with you at some other date. It's just right now they have so much other stuff they're dealing with. And then a nun came running upstairs and like, them bitches is down in the catacombs. Hurry up. One of them grabbed me and carried me around for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a situation where you might have more luck if you come back in a more peaceful time.
He goes, Nerium will nod at her, but the question is there's not going to be another more peaceful time. There's a freaking darkness light dragon flying around, breathing on everybody.
That's probably Nazir's
Darkness
fault.
light dragon.
So is everybody going peaceably out of the catacombs? I'm going to go ahead and save this map because I do get the sense that
Yeah.
we're probably going to
Yeah.
need it later.
Benny is going to be a little bit belligerent about it. Like, what was the point of any of this? Like, clearly people were terrified of this portal. Clearly people didn't know about this portal.
Yep.
There's something going on here.
Yes,
He's
there
saying
is.
this privately to his party.
Super chaotic and weird. Dumb magic stuff. Technically, it's Ssah'ra's fault because she like just dove into the portal. She's like,
She did dive right
Yeah,
in.
magic
Ssah'ra's
portal,
trying to,
that's
like,
for me.
Also, she ran off with the nun and just let her go after like manhandling and accosting her.
Mhm. And then she had 2 guilt boogers.
Oh, that's so much guilt.
Yeah,
So-
Ssah'ra just showed the nun what was going on. That's all. She was.
I think
helping.
It's not about the
Most annoyingly.
quantity of your guild boogers. It's about the quality of your guild boogers.
Ssah'ra is trying to like memorize and make notes of the layout and where things are as they leave.
Most annoyingly, when we come back into this room, this is going to be here again, and we have to deal with it again.
We're not coming back in this room.
More guilt boogers. Is it everybody's intention at this point to go back and have a long rest?
Yeah.
Correct. I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and take the
Yeah.
benefits of that long rest then as you get back to the walk back to your back to the palazzo is a little harrowing because you still in the distance hit this creature of this draconic monster flying around with shadowy wings is overhead. And we will find out whether the city of Varinthia, half in shadow now. Here, let's get rid of that.
Does
That's
So I've got
party-
a couple of things for long rest.
Yeah.
First of all, am I still fairy fired?
No, at the end of your long rest, the fairy fire dissipates.
Okay. I lost some maximum hit points. Does magical healing restore that?
Those return at the end of your long rest.
Okay. Well, then I don't have any questions about this long rest.
Yeah.
we can commune, right?
Yeah,
I
if you
just did
want.
that real quick.
If you want to
I
try to
failed.
commune.
And I'm gonna
Uh,
grab the tither boots during the rest.
Does the party need healing before spending your hit dice? I have 35 hit
Sure.
points I can throw out.
I'm down 47, but like I've got a ton of hit dice, so it's not.
No, I'm burning second one.
I still have spell slots too.
You guys did some crazy encounters like back to back without the rest in between. That was not
I haven't had an
intended.
artifact the entire time.
I had the lighthouse encounter and I had the cathedral encounter, but until today I didn't conceive of a reason why you would do both of those fights in the same adventuring day.
You're welcome.
But you took
Sahn
care of it.
heal
You got it.
45.
Cool. That's good enough.
And then who else is wounded? I have 1 spell slot left.
I healed myself. I'm good.
So the last thing I would like to do
Okay.
today is I'm going to give you guys the results of Double Owl's spell. You don't have to go back to the ship to get this. I imagine he can just telepathically send a message over. The cracked egg that you found. I got to find the right. No. I shouldn't have put this book away, but I did because I needed 2 other books. There we go. Okay. It's a kind of dragon that has only been spoken of in folklore. He's not aware of this particular kind of dragon ever appearing in the flesh in any skies. If it is what it appears to be, after having cast legend, lore, and identify on this half of its egg, what you witnessed was not the birth of a wormling, was not the birth of a baby dragon, but rather the summoning of the residual spirit of an existing dragon that died many, many centuries ago. The type of dragon it is called a moonstone dragon. And they're awful because...
Ghost dragon.
They're what?
Are they ghost dragons?
No, ghost dragon is something else. This is an actual dragon type that existed at some point in the far off past. Their breath weapon... First of all, they can cast Fairy Fire at will, as much as they want, and it lasts... Well, Sahn just found out how long it lasts. If you get covered by it, you're stuck with it until you take a long rest, or until you take a rest. It has two kinds of breath weapon. The dangerous damaging kind deals radiant damage, as light just suffuses your form. He thinks this is why whoever wanted this thing summoned used the lighthouse here, because it's just a magical radiant ball that was shining out into space. Its other form of breath weapon causes the unconsciousness that you saw, a deep and restful sleep. That's in addition to whatever abilities this particular dragon may have possessed in life. He doesn't think it's literally a ghost. He doesn't think it's literally the undead version of this dragon. He thinks it's the residual magic left over from the creature's death. He can give a 6-hour lecture on the distinction if anybody needs it.
Right, so we have a ghost dragon flying around.
Where is the dragon after our long rest?
Still flying around.
So I'm
she's
going to
flying
go
with
back
us,
to the ship for the rest, and I would like to attune to the Tither Boots. Can I try a commune
Yeah,
over the
and
course of the rest?
everybody can throw a D4 for a commune if you like.
I've got another 2 days before I can get the cloak back.
Yep.
Can I
didn't
attune
get it.
to the cloak instead of this thread of radiant vulnerability?
Yeah, if you
Or
like.
whatever. Yeah, I don't want to suddenly spew out. Bleh.
Seems like a
yeah.
bad time to be vulnerable
Yeah.
to radiant damage, doesn't it?
No kidding.
Anyway, I rolled my commune already, and I got a 4.
So you going to
I
commune?
got no commune.
I got a 2.
So what,
I did not get.
what are you asking of Katniss?
Does Katniss have any idea of where in the city this devil might be hiding that is in a clandestine relationship or whatever is going on with the theater owner?
Katniss finds it difficult to imagine the devil is in the city at all. Powerful devils usually don't travel to the prime material to make these kinds of deals, or if they do, they monitor them from afar. So the devil in question is probably still in the Nine Hells.
Okay.
And she doesn't know any information specifically about Varinthia. Did anybody else get a commune? Here's a fun question for Treble. What would you expect to happen if you temporarily unleashed your artifact's Atma?
Well, how powerful is a succubus? They're not generally very powerful, are they?
They're like middle tier devils. Like they're up there. They're all right.
Like, are we expecting her to like just incarnate? Because like I'm not sure like what immediately came to mind is safe for work.
Mm-hmm.
Because my immediate mind was just like she shows up and everybody just starts having an orgy. But I don't think that's probably helpful.
So I'll give you the week to think about it. You can workshop it in the Flumph chat if you like. When you guys come. Oh, you know what? No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to speed through stuff because we're coming up on the end here. But I did accidentally skip an encounter. Let's do it real quick. I need each of you, during your long rest, this is not going to... I'm going to make sure this doesn't... Oh my gosh, it is storming out there.
Ooh, I heard.
Oh, I heard
level.
that one.
I'm
Normally we
jealous.
don't, but I heard that one.
Yeah.
I don't even hear your dice anymore, so I'm surprised I heard that.
I put those away.
Oh no, I mean when you roll, like your gate, your echo gate or whatever.
Hurry before Thor kills him.
Oh, he's gone.
No, I'm here. I'm just sorry. I need a wisdom saving throw from each of you. DC is 18.
Oh, I'm
Uh,
probably not going to pass this.
Do they get a bonus for being next to me?
I'm going to say no because you're unconscious.
Okay.
Dawn
And
failed.
is this a charm or fear effect?
No.
Okay, then I-
That's
I
a
failed.
turbo fail.
Is that a magic effect?
It's a magic
The
effect.
Nazirr turbo failed.
I rolled a 1.
So did I.
Oh,
We were too busy.
Is this a big boy fail across the board?
I rolled a 17. You said we need an 18?
Need an 18.
God damn it, Benny, why aren't you hugging me?
Did everybody fail? Really? All right.
Yeah.
10 points.
I
of
rolled a nat 1.
Psychic damage. As during the night you dream of a draconic messenger coming to you, speaking accusations and terrible threats. And when you're unable to respond,
That.
tears you apart with nightmarish imagery. So you get your long rest, but it is a fitful sleep, and you all wake up with some psychic damage.
Does that work on Sahn and the elves?
Yes, works on that. The
Oh, yeah, 'cause we don't
functionally,
sleep.
it's the dream spell.
Right, but I don't think Sahn or either of the elves sleeps. Or is like I don't think elves are necessarily even a valid potential target for that spell.
Well, for what it's worth, Benny sleeps because he's old.
Oh, you're
So-
right. Elves are not affected.
It's something weirder than trance, and elves I don't think
So yeah,
can be affected in the dream.
Sahn and Nerium are just immune to this, so nothing happens to you
Benedict,
guys. Oh, and
You said Benny sleeps.
Oh, but if I can have him asleep, then sure, he can be targeted. But
anybody who slept last night takes that 10 points of damage. As the
Yeah, we
I'm
still
not.
got
I just
resistance.
don't know if elves are allowed to sleep.
Well, I don't see why not. You can pass.
Oh,
on
okay,
it.
then he sleeps and he takes the damage.
All right. Glad we got that cleared up. So, in addition to that nightmarish dream, rumors in the town for the next morning are that many people in town have had the same nightmarish dream. That patches of town where the dragon visits see this same application of either that sleep breath, where people like an entire 6 city blocks just falls over unconscious, or just sprinkling its fairy fire over entire wards of the city at once. The thing is an absolute menace. As so far, though, nobody's been actually harmed. The dragon hasn't landed and tried to maul anybody or eat anybody or use its radiant breath. It's just spreading this dream and this dream around, this unconscious breath, and this fairy fire. Okay. You guys want some experience or what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all the killing we didn't do.
You killed so much. So let's see. There were 6 mannequins. There were 5 will-o-wisps.
Guilt boogers.
Guilt boogers. Well, they were will-o-wisps. They were a little bit souped up will-o-wisps because I didn't. Typically, will-o-wisps can't do their necrotic damage unless you have 0 hit points because they're like draining your life or whatever. But I just let them do it anyway. And the celestial spirit. Everybody's going to take 1,582 experience. 1582.
Yay. And we didn't kill any nuns.
We didn't kill any nuns. I wasn't going to run that encounter tonight. I was going to take the week and give those priests fucking amazing stat blocks.
Oh, really? I thought that
So I
was
guess we should have killed him.
trivial.
No, those are bishops of the cathedral. Those
Oh, so okay.
those were the big boys. If you probably could win that fight, but I was going to make them like level 12 clerics or level around there.
Oh, that would have been dangerous with like our
loadout.
Oh yeah, no, it would have been dangerous, but I think you would have won the fight, and then it would have just colored the rest of the adventure because now everybody knows that you're enemies of the cathedral.
Yeah.
Only if they find the bodies.
I was just thinking, can't we just knock